said Los Angeles is 1825, and in London is 0225. Um, this is where I want to make sure that everybody knows why we're here. It's this space is dedicated to helping Ukraine, and we have um, our favorite um, charity for this is MriyaReport. It's a nonprofit organization whose sole function is to get aid in different forms to non-lethal aid to the people of Ukraine, whether in the armies or some civilian actions. But they also work with Ripley's Heroes, uh, Mike, Malcolm Nance, and his organization to help get trucks and other materials, night vision goggles, and gear, that other gear that they may need in the prosecution of this war. None of it is, they cannot ship lethal aid to them. So if you are looking to help, if you're new to the space and you want to with help Ukraine win this war, if you just want to help get a tourniquet, if you want to get first aid kit, things of that nature, I ask and implore you to give to MriyaReport and help help the troops. And let's get. If you look, it's a 501c organization. If you go to their website, they have pictures of the gear that they're buying, the gear that they're shipping as it's being shipped, and it being received on the far end. Uh, it was uh, created by a group of soldiers that had been in Ukraine that were part of the Canadian Army Armed Services, and they went during Operation Unifier. They became combat buddies, so to speak. And while they were training, they became very close. And this is their effort to uh, bring it to them, help them out in their time of need in ways that governments they do, but sometimes there are gaps. And this is one of the ways they help fill those gaps. So if you can, please uh, go to the website and give to MriyaReport. It's not to say that there are not other organizations out there. There are a lot of good organizations out there, and we're not here to knock anyone, but this is our favorite one. So I just ask that everybody take the time and do what you can. We're not asking for you to give, bill money and things of that nature. We're just asking if you can help, please do. All right. And just know that everybody's a volunteer. Nobody's getting a check here. There's no pizza parties, t-shirts, and all that kind of crazy stuff. It's just a lot of people that care about what's happening who are getting together to help out. All right. With that, it's 18:29 my time. I mean, it's 21:29 my time. Language learner is coming up. I'm getting ready to bring him up, and we're going to go from there. No, hey, I'm going to have to cycle some folks down. I don't have room for him. So if you please, if don't take it personal. If you got your hand up, I'll bring you back up. If I've answered your question, I'm going to take you down. Okay, let's see if I got him. I got him. All right, thanks a lot. Language, when you come up, it's your show, man. Hello,
Oh,
language.
hey, Dave, thank you. Yeah, just audio's coming in. I'll throw a link to the text and map for the evening up in the top. For those just who are joining for the first time doing this, welcome. We have a live map. It's a Google map. It does not take any of your data. You just will simply look at a map that I am looking at that I get to move around, which will make it a little easier to follow some of the events of the day. If you are interested in doing so, if you look in the nest, which is at the top of your phone screen, if you scroll all the way up here in the space, and or you look at my most recent tweet, it will give you both a link to a text document, which is what I'll be reading off of tonight, as well as the map itself. If you download the app, it's free for both Android and Apple on their respective app stores. You can either click on the link in the tweet, which should directly take you to the map if you're on Android. I'm not sure about Apple. Or you can put in the map code it prompts you for, which is all lowercase, 0 or O as Oscar, W as in whiskey, 7, F as Foxtrot, R as Romeo. That is again OW7FR, and we'll be using Andrew Perpetua's map tonight because, frankly, it includes a lot of data on the terror bombings that we saw today across the country.
I'm going to ask again. Everybody got that? The code is up there. The program is up there in the nest. So if this is your first time here, download it. It only takes a second, and then enter the code. And when the map comes up, don't worry, just let it sit there. When he starts moving the little cue, you'll see his whatever when he moves on the map, you'll see it move on the map. That way you understand the area that he's talking about. Okay.
You got some people. If you're seeing a map that isn't showing Ukraine, then you may have entered the wrong map code. It's possible maybe there's an issue with the link I posted. That should be OW7FR, all lowercase. Seeing a few people saying that that's not working for them. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We sort this out, but it should be all lowercase, or you know what? That's a 0. That's what the issue is. My apologies. That's 0W7FR. So let me try redoing that.
That's it, language. It came up.
It works with the 0.
There we go. All right. So I apologize. Trying to juggle a couple of devices here. So that is 0W7FR if you'd like to follow along, and I will throw that up in the nest. Again, apologies for the delay. Thank you all for being so patient. All right, it should be up there. With that, let's dive in, shall we? We'll start in the northwest around Belarus, where there are a number of events today, and then we'll proceed clockwise, ending with some general statements. So without further ado, let's begin. This is the military update for October 10th, 2022, day 229 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus, proceeding clockwise, numerous missiles and suicide drones seen transiting into Belarus over the last several days were launched as part of the saturation terror bombing across central and western Ukraine today. The president of Belarus, Lukashenko, stated that Belarus and Russia were forming, quote, a joint regional grouping of troops, unquote, in response to purported invasion by Ukrainian troops along the border. It is important to note that despite some frenzied claims online, the Ukrainian government officially stated, quote, there is no threat of offensive from Belarusian territory, unquote, drawing reference to the fact that Belarus only has 6 battalions along the entire border and has not formed any assault groups, which would be a necessary condition for them to attempt an attack. It is also important to note that despite Lukashenko attempting to further dominate his own security services, today passing a law that places them as, quote, subordinate exclusively to the president of Belarus, unquote, he does not enjoy broad popular support sufficient for an invasion of Ukraine among his citizenry, security service, or military. Belarus has also continuously sent quantities of equipment and supplies to support Russian operations in eastern Ukraine and has meager forces with no combat experience at their disposal. In my humble opinion, this is Lukashenko once again making a big fuss to appease Putin while doing nothing substantive, and at absolute worst will tie up more Ukrainian troops along the northwest border. Belarus did not officially enter the war day one when Russian troops literally stood alongside them and expectations were that Ukraine would fall in days. They will likewise attempt at all costs to stay out of a more defended Ukraine, who now possesses long-range strike capabilities and has much of southern Belarus within range. Additionally, given the reservations privately stated to media and others by Belarusian military personnel about obeying orders to attack Ukraine, the noted civilian opposition to Lukashenko that still lingers, and the Ukrainian troops and artillery arranged at the border, it would be exceedingly strange if Lukashenko were to announce his intent to invade before actively committing to hostilities and thus giving all of these myriad actors the chance to respond in an attempt to remove him. In fact, some Ukrainian politicians glibly referred to Lukashenko supposedly launching an invasion as, quote, the last decision he would make in his life as president of Belarus. In summary, while Belarus remains a launching point for Russian munitions and airstrikes, it is incredibly unlikely they will involve themselves in military action against Ukraine directly. Moving to Kyiv in western Ukraine, and frankly, unfortunately, broader parts of Ukraine today, a massive missile salvo struck Ukrainian cities along with a swarm of Iranian-provided suicide drones, with at least 84 missiles, 13 suicide drones, and 11 other drones, killing at least 14 people and wounding another 97. Ukrainian forces reportedly intercepted 43 cruise missiles and 13 UAVs, 10 of those being the suicide drones, for a ratio of just over 50% of air defenses, but Ukraine has reiterated that they lack the quantity and modern NATO air defenses to deal with such saturation attacks. 74 separate explosions were recorded across 12 regions. Russia stated that this was targeted strikes against Ukrainian infrastructure and energy production in the wake of the Kerch Bridge explosion, but given the sheer number of strikes on civilian areas such as parks, metro stations, and schools, this is a terror bombing in the most literal sense. Per Ukrainian intel, this strike was reportedly being planned since October 2nd or 3rd, well in advance of the Crimean Bridge explosion. Kyiv city residents have been urged to charge portable devices and batteries and to be alert for further strikes. The head of the Ukrainian cyber police unit dedicated to protecting critical infrastructure from cyber attacks, one Colonel Yuri Sasoka, was killed during his morning commute when his vehicle was ground zero for a missile strike. The cost of Russian munitions used in this attack, the largest single-day usage since the opening hours of the war, is estimated to be between 400 and 700 million US dollars. Reportedly, the visa office of the German embassy in Kyiv, not in use since February, was struck by the missile salvo. Ukraine will suspend electricity exports for an unknown duration as it works to repair its numerous energy infrastructure facilities and provide for its own citizens. Ukrainian energy was being used to somewhat relieve pressure in Europe, replacing Russian gas exports. 4 coal mines were depowered in central Ukraine, trapping some 850 miners underground. Presently, some 98 remain underground as efforts continue to bring them up to the surface, expected to conclude successfully in the next several hours. 3 Russian missiles fired from the Black Sea transited the airspace of the neighboring country of Moldova en route to targets in western Ukraine, and the Russian ambassador to Moldova has been summoned. And Zelensky urged citizens to restrict energy usage from 5 to 10 p.m. in order to avoid overloading the power grid. A partial blackout is still ongoing in parts of the Kyiv city. Moving west or east to the Sumy and Chernihiv regions, Russia continues harassing fires without change in this region. The Kharkiv metro was shut down for the day, but is due to resume tomorrow. Power plants and energy infrastructure in this region are being restored, and depending on the location, were either restored tonight or expected to be restored in the upcoming days. Russian volunteers across the border in Belgorod are adding improvised steel armor to the side of Russian tanks and armored vehicles. This is unlikely to do much to stop anything other than rifle bullets. Per the Ukrainian government, There are no detected Russian assault groups forming in this region up to a depth of 100 kilometers from the international border, indicating the likelihood of a Russian assault into the Sumy, Chernihiv, or North Kharkiv regions is minimal at best. We have seen some light reconnaissance attacks north of Kharkiv city, but beyond that, it's been essentially just people shooting across with artillery into villages. Moving east towards the Oskil River and Kupiansk and areas further east towards Svatove, Ukrainian troops across the river from Dvorchna continue to skirmish towards the suburb of Tavozanka, and the extent of their movement is unclear. Ukrainian troops from Kupiansk also continue to skirmish east towards Svatove, but have not yet apparently penetrated the Russian defensive line erected across the P07, P66 highway en route to Svatove near the town of Kotlarivka, which I'm butchering. There's about 3 major Russian strongpoints here. While they've been shelled, we haven't yet seen evidence publicly of Ukrainian forces pushing through there or committing to a heavy assault therein. However, reportedly further towards Svatove, Russian troops are prematurely blowing railway and bridge crossings wherever they can in an attempt to try and hinder further Ukrainian operations. Moving down towards Liman, Rubizhne, and Kremina area, reportedly, Russian forces have attempted assaults west of the highway between Svatove and Kremina, the P66, and are shelling Ukrainian troops to the west along the Zerabets River. Ukrainian troops do continue to push up along both sides of the Zerabets River to the north and northeast of Liman, although at this time it does not appear to be actively assaulting into Kremina, shelling from various points instead. Regarding Seversk and Lysychansk, there's no major change in the region. Shelling and rocket attacks continue. Moving down to Bakhmut city and the areas around it. To the northeast of Bakhmut city, Russian troops continue attempts to push towards the outskirts of Soledar, but have been broadly repelled by artillery with no reported gains. To the east of Bakhmut city, Russian troops continue to beat their head against the wall of the eastern urban defenses. To the southeast of Bakhmut, however, the situation is a little more dicey. Russian forces have consolidated control over the former Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev and the small village of Vesela Dolna, and are now aggressing towards the south highway into Bakhmut through the small outlying village of Optin, as well as attempting attacks towards the southeast corner of Bakhmut city, which is essentially all field and industrial mines, it appears, until you hit the residential portion. The risk of Russian offensives in this area is contesting the southern dam bridge, which is serving as the predominant crossing of the river into eastern Bakhmut, following destruction of the other main bridges further upstream in recent weeks. Ukraine has extensive urban defenses in Bakhmut, fortified over the last several months. Russia will find any urban battle here incredibly costly should it commit to one from a single direction instead of 3 fronts to the north, south, and east, as they had originally planned. There continues to be speculation that the reason why Russian forces are doing so here is that elements of a more pro-military escalation crowd in Russia, including the likes of Kadyrov and Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner PMC, are trying to demonstrate that they can have success on the battlefield as a way to get more political favor in Moscow and be able to enact their will thereof. However, this is going to be incredibly difficult, and they have taken very heavy losses in these rural battles to the south, where they've essentially leveled a number of villages over the past 2 months. It will be an incredibly bloody affair should they actually start running into the city. And there is no evidence as of currently that they have done so yet. Across the Donetsk regions, while shelling continues, as do airstrikes, there was no major visible offensives along this front, aside from the suburb of Avdiivka near Pisky, where both Ukrainian and Russian forces continue to skirmish over the essentially leveled town. However, there's no demonstrable evidence of Russian forces being able to push north from Pisky to flank Avdiivka, as they've been trying for really the better part of this war now, because even if they're able to take Pisky, and there's a lot of factors there that have been preventing them, they are immediately blocked by a river crossing some 2 or 3 miles to the north. There is no news from Mariupol today. Along the southern front, heavy shelling continues. There is some evidence of heavy Ukrainian shelling to the south of Mariupol, and it appears that Ukrainian troops may have been on the offensive here towards the southern Russian town of, or southern Russian occupied town of Poloy. There are reports of emergency Russian troops being cycled into this area who have attempted their own counterattack. Additionally, there are reports of numerous explosions, large ones, in occupied Mariupol today of unknown cause. Moving to the west towards Kherson, a Russian Su-25 combat aircraft was shot down in this region today. 16 Russian missiles and at least 6 suicide drones attempted to hit targets in or via this region as part of today's salvo, damaging electrical infrastructure. Several drones were shot down en route to Cherkasy, which lies about midway between Kherson and Kyiv. There were 4 Ukrainian airstrikes over the last 24 hours and 2 Russian helicopter strikes. Ukraine launched over 205 artillery missions today and eliminated 174 Russian soldiers in the southern theater alone, 2 tanks, 12 armored vehicles, 4 artillery guns, 2 ammo depots, and 2 UAVs. Starting from the northwest of Kherson City and moving around clockwise, Ukrainian troops continue to push towards Kislivka, and Russia continues to attack towards Ternovy Poti to the north there, where the situation is unclear. Reportedly, the recently deployed 127th Rifle Regiment of the Russian military was sent in northwest of Kherson and is experiencing massive supply issues, including a lack of food, lack of water, and not having enough basic armor and ammo, and as a result have been taking very heavy losses. There is no reported change in Snihorivka, one of the larger Russian bases on the western side of the Inhulets River, just about due north of Kherson. Closer to Davidi Brid, Ukrainian troops are allegedly working to push down the highway towards Bruskinsk, and shelling continues heavily in this region. Right now, there's a large Russian garrison, or a sizable one, near Eshenka, where they've been set up to basically guard the highway for several months now. They continue attempts to push up towards Davidi Brid as Ukrainian forces continue attempts to push down along the highway to some capacity, though it does not appear yet that we're seeing a sustained assault operation by Ukrainian forces in this area, similar to what we saw last week. Along the northeastern front, Ukrainian troops are alleged to have begun recon and force operations towards Russian positions, although they did not evidently demonstrate attacks on the recently constructed Russian defensive line between Mylov and Borozensk, which are both being heavily shelled. Information regarding the small villages along the coast of the Dnipro River immediately to the northeast of Mylov is contradictory, with some Russian sources indicating Ukrainian troops occupied the towns of Sablukivka and Kachkarivka, although Russian artillery continues to range further towards Ukrainian positions near Dochany. While these villages in and of themselves are not super strategically important, the fact that then Ukraine would be well within mortar range, among other things, of the Russian positions at Mylov would certainly cause them some concern. Otherwise, further down the highway towards Berislav and Kakovka, Russian forces continue to suffer under Ukrainian airstrikes and artillery strikes on troop groupings, as well as ammo dumps. Moving to the Black Sea, Odessa, and Crimea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, while there was a swell in the number of combat vessels earlier today, with in addition to 6 Russian naval vessels who carried 40 missiles participating in the salvo, 7 of the Tu-160 strategic heavy bombers, which are broadly similar to, I think I'm messing this up, it's not the B-52, but they're one of the larger bomber craft that Russia has. They were carrying a large number of cruise missiles, as well as these naval vessels, were the primary force for most of the missile strikes that we saw across Western Ukraine today. Hence why some of these missiles transited through Moldova. Several
Tu-160 is like a Lancer.
What's that? Okay.
Tu-160 is more comparable to a B-1 Lancer.
All right, thank you. So the B-1 Lancer would be the best comparison. And I appreciate that. Several suicide drones were also launched at Odessa today. Video emerged today showing the Crimean rail bridge damaged by the blast on Saturday, indicating that there is considerable fire damage to the tracks and support material, which will likely preclude any regular rail service across this line for some time with heavy loads. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 370 Russian soldiers for a total of 62,870, 16 armored vehicles, 9 tanks, 14 artillery systems, 5 of them being rocket artillery, 18 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft, 1 air defense system, and 11 UAVs, the greatest losses in the Kherson and Bakhmut regions. There are increased reports of Putin being criticized by politicians and military bloggers in Russia who blame him for being unable to resolve the situation in Ukraine, as well as demonstrating weakness with strikes on Russian troops across the whole battlefield and the Crimean Bridge. While the International Committee of the Red Cross did suspend their work in Ukraine for today as they sheltered during the missile salvo, reports that they were permanently stopping activities in Ukraine are false. France stated they would be transferring additional military aid and reportedly have sent several pontoon bridges in excess of 200 meters in length. The European Union will extend the more lenient rules for receiving and providing temporary accommodations to Ukraine refugees for another year than planned until March of 2024. The US and Germany have committed to providing modern air defenses to Ukraine in a rapid time frame, although they're light on specifics. The pro-Russian hacker group Killnet targeted US airports today, shutting down web pages of some dozen airports, including Des Moines, Los Angeles, Denver, Atlanta, and Chicago. These DDoS attacks, denial of service, did not penetrate any systems involved in air traffic control, communications, or security. In essence, this is like graffitiing a building. It's annoying, but not dangerous. Numerous rallies took place around the world today, condemning Russian actions in Ukraine in light of the terror bombing, and calling on governments to recognize Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, as some Baltic states already have. Zelensky spoke with the Qatari government today, allegedly about OPEC refusing to assist with supporting sanctions on Russian oil. The foreign minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, interrupted his scheduled tour of African nations and is returning to Ukraine in light of the missile salvo. The U.S. Embassy reiterated that U.S. citizens should leave the country immediately given the threat of missile strikes. The European Commissioner for Justice, Juan Didier Reynders, whose name I'm also butchering, was in Kiev when the missile attack begun and was whisked to safety in a hotel nearby. With that, should be about through. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, if you got questions, I'm going to, y'all don't be unruly here. Don't be rude, unruly. I'll bring y'all up, and language is going to answer your questions for you. Okay. All right.
While we're getting them up there, because I see we have Dr. Ford in the audience. She's quite a bit more of an expert on Belarus than I am, and if she'd like to talk a little bit about her perspective on what we saw from Belarus today, with Lukashenko tacitly agreeing to some sort of military cooperation with Russia. Do you see this as more performative? Do you see it as an actual change? How would you assess Lukashenko's ability to motivate his country and military to participate in this war directly?
I agree with what you said initially, where you had indicated that it would be, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but I understood it to be, when I was listening, as practical suicide for him to do so. The Belarusian people, the Belarusian military are in no way inclined to become actively involved. And so, if Lukashenko were to do more than what he said, then it would likely spell the end of his regime. So I think that, yes, it's performative because, look, he owes Putin a lot for intervening in 2020 when his regime was about to go up in flames, and they were not able to control it themselves. So, this is him providing lip service, essentially, in my opinion, because the military has shown in the past that they will not act against Ukraine themselves. And, they are not going to be inclined to do so now. So I do think it is just performative on his part. But we will see. And it will be interesting to see if he does try to attempt them to do more, because I know Putin has been trying to, lightly push him in that way. I think Putin also is realistic and understands that Lukashenko can only do so much. And if he were to try to push him too far, that it would be a problem that Putin couldn't deal with right now either. So just having the land and the area to launch from, as far as Putin is concerned, is, at least that is there. And it is definitely a big help from the Russian perspective. I
Thank you.
hope
And
that
then,
helps.
yeah, one real quick one, and I do appreciate you taking the time to answer these questions. In the hypothetical situation where Lukashenko does declare, loudly and proudly that he's now going to invade or assault into Ukraine, what do you think the responses from his own citizenry would be? Do you think that he would be able to control the situation long enough to actually attempt a military assault, or do you think that it would devolve very rapidly?
I think it would devolve pretty rapidly, only because, the military won't do anything, right? So he's not going to have any help from the military, even if he were to, no matter how loud he said it. I don't see them doing anything. Putin is too wrapped up in his own situation here and getting his butt kicked pretty badly to have to also open up another circumstance where he might have to try to bail out Lukashenko in any sort of, real way. So I don't believe that he'd be inclined to help if a situation like that were to happen. And it could also cause a situation where it would be more difficult for Putin to use Belarus as a sort of launching point. So it's a lose-lose situation for everybody in that circumstance. So I just don't imagine he would. But if he did, I think that it would devolve into a situation that, at least right now, for sure, he's not in a position to handle, and nor is Russia in a position to help.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
All right. And Carol, you first up.
Hello, and thanks everybody for being here, and thank you, Language, for all your hard work with this. I just had a question about, I read something during the day and I see an explosion mark on northern Crimea, and it looks like a Russian, I'm not sure, a Russian base or housing or a command center was attacked. Do you have more information on that?
So right now the information is very limited. This is in Crimea. It's a considerable distance from the front lines in Kherson. The town of Zankoy, if I'm not butchering that too terribly, is a large Russian concentration of forces. And there was an explosion there today. It's unclear the cause. However, what is known is that there's a number of Russian dead and wounded there, and information is still forthcoming on exactly what happened. However, this would be, if you count the Crimean Bridge and the Saki Air Base explosion, at least the third instance of explosions outside what is publicly known to be the range of all but one of Ukraine's munitions. And the one that we're talking about that is publicly known to exist is the Hrim-2, which is an indigenously produced Ukrainian missile system that can fire out to some 500 kilometers, I think, and can fire a very heavy munition. The only reason that we know it does exist and is operable is because there was some FSB double agents many months ago who were actually arrested because they were providing information to Russia that essentially said the system, which has been seen in military parades in Ukraine over the last several years, it exists, it works. However, the question mark was, does Ukraine have sufficient missiles to use it? The other publicly available information is that Saudi Arabia, who had allegedly co-financed the production of this missile system, also had returned some of the munitions under consideration and pressure from other international governments. That's all publicly known. Whether it still exists, whether it's being used in this, that is very much unknown. But yeah, that's, if I'm going to speculate on what's causing these things in Crimea, that's my 2 cents. But there's also other alternatives. Does
So
that
no
kind of answer your
smoking.
question?
So no
Yeah,
smoking.
probably that too. Yeah, smoking kills.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Fusilier.
Good day, guys, and Language and Dr. Ford, thank you very much. I have to express a fairly considerable amount of ignorance about Belarus and its capabilities. But Dr. Ford, when you intimate that were Lukashenko to actively intervene in Ukraine, that would spell the end of his precarious regime, could you sort of elaborate on that? What does that actually mean? Is the military unreliable, or is security services in a state where if he turned them loose on his people, they probably wouldn't act? I mean, I just wouldn't mind a bit of clarification
Right.
around what that means.
Well, my perception is this. First of all, it's difficult to rely, particularly since 2020, on the extent to which support for Lukashenko is, currently, because of how much the regime has, buckled down, throwing people in jail, people ending up dead, various things, even more so than before. But if you base it on some earlier, um, you know, some earlier surveys, we could say that right around the time of the 2020 election, things weren't looking so hot for him. He does have a core base of support among the population. However, even those people, some of them are really support him more as a function of they don't see an alternative versus true support. And they like, some of the social safety nets that Belarus has in place. So, just beginning from that understanding. Additionally, we do know that, from the, say, Belarusian opposition, and from what surveys there are available, more than half of the people, and this is again with the understanding that we're talking about an authoritarian regime that continues to clamp down, do not support it. Additionally, we can look at the actions of the military when they specifically said, we will not do this. And there was rumblings at the time, very early in the war, that it would be a full mutiny, right? And so if at this point, especially given how deadly the war has been for the Russians, and of course the Belarusian military see this. I'm sure people within the intelligence are seeing this as well. One can, I believe, rightfully conclude that given how close it was in 2020, that this was going to be the end of the regime, that he could possibly be ousted. And combine that with a situation with war against, another Russian colony. I mean, Belarusians are not interested. Even the most ardent who have supported Lukashenko have never been interested in becoming a sort of vassal of Russia. And make no mistake, many of them are looking at the things that are happening and drawing that sort of conclusion that this is what's going on, that Lukashenko is having to, host these troops, do all these things because of Putin's bailing out. And so I really think that what will happen, in my opinion, I think that not only would the military not respond against the people to save Lukashenko, I just think that it could potentially be very destabilizing, especially right now, since Putin would not be in a position to really help him that much. So that's just my assessment based on the data available that is imperfect.
Just drawing out from that, if I may, just ask for your informed opinion. Yehuda and I discussed this morning sort of the state of, or the reports of a large number of mobilized Russian troops being sent to Belarus, either as an implicit threat, potential operational threat to Ukraine, or indeed as a real threat. When one looks at the nature and training of those troops, who are, the term horde is thrown around, but I think it's probably accurate in this case, and their propensity for ill discipline and, putting it politely, their penchant for foraging off the land. How will Belarusians view 100,000, 150,000 mobilized Russians sitting in the south of their country? Will there be any sort of active resistance or indeed, opposition to that?
That's a good question, and I can't say for sure. It will depend on a lot of things like behavior and whatnot, but I think that that the Belarusians do not, how to put this, they don't agree. I think that even in the current state of affairs regarding surveys and whatnot, they don't really support what's happening. I know they don't like it. They don't want to be involved with this, and it's a definite majority. And again, this is under an authoritarian regime. So for that to be the case, that's pretty remarkable. And I really feel like it will depend on, the behavior of those troops. It will depend on, what exact actions will be taken perhaps from their territory. I think there's a lot of moving parts there that are going to depend on how things sort of unfold. But for sure, the red line is for any involvement from the military directly, the Belarusian military. That seems to be, from my perspective, a definite red line. So again, we'll just have to see what happens. I wish I had a better answer, but there's so many potential moving parts, and every answer will depend on something else preceding it. So we'll just have to see.
No, great answer. Thank you, Dr. Ford. Trust me, you're far more informed about Belarus than I am. So thank you very much.
No, no problem. Of course.
That's me, Daryl. Thanks, mate.
Did Daryl vanish?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I was gonna play
No.
co-host for a moment.
No, I was trying to get. I was swapping between screens here. Let's see.
That
Dan?
happens.
Yep. Dan, go ahead, man.
Hang on. 2 seconds. It was piano practice.
Say what
All
now?
good.
I
Piano
did 2
practice.
seconds. I've got to get out to the porch.
Oh, we're gonna hear the frog. Are we gonna hear the frogs?
Yeah, we very well might hear the frogs, and they sound better than my kid's piano.
Okay.
So yeah, speaking of the Belarusian army, I heard something in the last week or two that when the Russians were still trying to invade Kiev, that basically as punishment duty for not joining the war, that the Belarusian army was getting assigned to clean out basically pieces of crewmen from salvageable armored vehicles. Do we know that to be true? I mean, if it is, it
True.
must
There's
have gone.
audio calls of Belarusian soldiers calling back to their family members saying, I need anti-nausea meds, to which point the family member goes, what the hell? You're not being sent into Ukraine. He goes, no, 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 but I am washing down bloody detritus from armored vehicles the Russians are bringing back, and I keep throwing up, so please send me medicine. So that's a data point. There's a couple more beyond that, but there is good, compelling evidence to suggest that the Belarusian military was conscripted into a support role in both providing medical care to wounded and deceased Russian service members, as well as rehabilitating armored vehicles with all the gore that entails. And after seeing the really firsthand casualties of the war, that continued to propagate the notion that this is not a war we want to be involved in because there are very real, very brutal consequences, and even the second army in the world can't handle them. What are we going to do?
I can't imagine many things that would reduce enthusiasm more. And then the one other point I wanted to bring up, and this is more for you, Language, is there's a video of an entire column of Russian rocket artillery getting waxed on drone video. Have you seen that? Do you know when it was? It looks like they just got HIMARS into oblivion.
Is this the one where it's from quite a distance away and there's a massive amount of what's allegedly Ukrainian rocket artillery hitting the ground?
No, that was supposedly an artillery battery that got hit by a grad salvo that was so spread out it wasn't really clear how many of the guns they got, even though they were sort of dead center if you like just sketched out the pattern.
I may have missed the video you're talking about then, unfortunately. If you don't mind sending it to me, or if somebody else has seen that video, I'm more than happy to take a look at it.
I was looking at it on Reddit on my laptop when this came up, so I will try to get that done as soon as I go back inside.
Thank you.
But
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it was what looked like at least a platoon, if not a company of Russian rocket artillery just getting erased.
Oh, was this the one where it was like a bunch of guys like sort of running in a field or something like this, and then
No,
next thing?
that's a different one. But
Okay,
I'll send
all right, sorry.
I'll DM it to Language right now, and if he has time to comment on it tonight, that would be great. If not tomorrow, whatever. It's an interesting data point that it really points out that the Ukrainians fire an ISR bubble is getting better and the Russians is getting worse, and you don't want to be on the wrong end of that equation. But those are my questions, and I'll DM that to Language right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think somebody sent it to me. Yeah, I think one of the most impressive parts of this is I don't think there's a tremendous amount of footage of the receiving end of a HIMARS strike as it's going on, certainly not from a drone video. At least I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's out there and I've just missed it. But one way to tell whether this is a Soviet-style system or a modern Western system is how close the explosions are to each other. The Soviet-style systems are very inaccurate, as we were talking about that other video where they shot a lot of rocket artillery at something? Are you looking at something that was produced west of the firm or Berlin Wall?
All right. Let's see, Booney, you requested to come up. Are you going to raise your hand? Hello, Booney. Oh, okay. Let's see. He's back to listener. Fusilier, go for it. Fusilier, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Look, on this subject of CPs and counter battery campaigns, I think it's pretty much open source now. There's been a lot of open source photos of Russian counter battery radars, Russian jammers, part of their EW capability, their electronic warfare capability, being taken out. I think not a lot of credit is being given to the effect of anti-radiation missiles on the counter-battery war. So, you know, a lot of credit given to arms for taking out air defense radars, but the Russians in their counter-battery work are very dependent on counter-battery radars, and those are just as vulnerable to harm systems as the air defense radars. And I think, you know, what you're now seeing is a real emerging dominance in the counter.
We have seen some. Oh, sorry.
Battery war between Ukraine and Russia in Ukraine's favor.
Okay, Fusilier. Let me ask you a question. Everybody here, Fusilier?
No,
He's
it
coming in
sounds
like
like he's
real
speaking
garbled.
underwater.
Okay, that's what I thought. Fusilier, drop down and try it again, man.
I think I got the bulk of it from subtitles, where, if I heard him correctly, was that the harms, which are an anti-radar missile, when it says anti-radiation, it doesn't mean that they're firing them at nuclear power plants. It's firing at anything that emits radiation, including radar, which is, you know, an acronym that includes radiation as the informative part, right? So the Russians and everyone uses radars for their artillery, so that way they know where other artillery is, because using drones to spot for artillery is, on the broad scale, a relatively recent development. And even they can only look in one place at one time versus, say, radar, which listens everywhere within a certain radius at all times. However, if anybody's ever watched The Hunt for Red October, you'll know radar works both ways. And so, because it is emitting a signal in order to get a signal back, if you have something that is looking for that emitted signal, you can target it. And some of the missiles that have been provided by the United States to Ukraine and found a way to be retrofitted onto their existing airplanes are explicitly designed for this purpose. By use of these, they're not only targeting air defense systems, which also have to use radar and other such things, but also for potentially artillery systems, to the point where now you are not only killing the air defenses, but you are also rendering the artillery a little bit more blind, deaf, and dumb than they might otherwise be. At this point, if you're getting into an artillery duel, think of this as some sort of old Western gunfight, where now the Ukrainians not only can shoot from further away, but now they're shooting at somebody who has, you know, to wear a hood and earmuffs over them. It's not exactly a fair fight for the Russians, which is a good thing. And hopefully that kind of clarifies or answers the question if they're Fusilier. And if I got it wrong, please do let me know.
I'm bringing it back up. He can tell you whether you got him or not. Fusilier, go ahead. Let's see if we got you better now. Go ahead, Pistol. You up? Okay, I can hear the water.
It looks like you're connecting to Bluetooth headphones of some kind, if I was a betting man, and those are rattling around somewhere. You might want to try disconnecting from Bluetooth or connecting to either a different Wi-Fi point or switching to cellular data.
Sure, radio check. How's that?
Oh, phenomenal, brother.
Yeah, good. You're far more technical than I am. Obviously not an infantryman. No, I'm joking. Yeah, look, language. You said it all. But this is, I as I said, I think earlier on, I don't know if anybody heard me, but I think the anti-radiation missiles have played a real part in this counter-battery war, and they're sort of the unsung heroes. And as this goes on, the more Russian artillery is blinded. It is a gunfight where, one guy's wearing a gunfight at night where one guy's wearing NVGs and one guy isn't. So the more you can blind their radars and their jammers, and their inability to block yours. And I do believe, and somebody on this site will know better than me, but I do believe that the Ukrainians have been provided with some Western counter battery radars. So effectively, the imbalance becomes greater every day. Once that imbalance is set in place, the imbalance becomes greater every day. And that's why people like Petraeus are saying, look, it doesn't matter what these guys do, they've lost. The only question is how much punishment are they willing to take and inflict before they recognise that fact.
Up. Language. You gonna answer?
I think he kind of covered everything. I'm sorry if there's a question there that I might have missed, but I don't think there's anything I can add substantial to that, frankly.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, Dryfly. Go ahead and shoot.
Hey, I got a question for Dr. Ford and also for the rest of y'all, but just kind of focused on that Belarus question. You answered a lot of the questions I had, but I asked earlier of M and Yehuda and some of the others during the day about the status of the insurgency, the Belarusian insurgency, and would that play a role if Belarus were to try to get into this war? And I'm thinking of all the troops in the that are now currently fighting for Ukraine, and the possibility that they themselves would work with the insurgents that my understanding are fairly active in the southwest part of Belarus. I mean, they're not above the radar a lot, but they're part of the group that were sabotaging trains and just basically waiting for their time. And what are the thoughts that if they were to do this, if Lukashenko were to follow Putin's orders, that at the end of the day, it would actually take more Russian troops away from the war effort in Ukraine than actually bring to the effort, because they would have to then start suppressing uprisings and possibly a revolution in Belarus. And I'll listen.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that for sure that those people are waiting and biding their time too, just like you said. And I agree with that. And for those that are involved directly in the war, either through various volunteer battalions, etc., that they would likely come home for that. And that is something that I'm sure Ukraine is totally fine with. I know for sure, for example, they are in regards to the Chechens, because the Chechens have been there since 2014. And that's sort of been, already sort of understood and agreed upon with the Ukrainian authorities. So there's no doubt that that would be the case in the instance of Belarus as well. So yeah, absolutely. They, I imagine, would go back to deal with that. Again, I don't think it's going to come to that, because I think, Lukashenko, I know it doesn't seem that way, but he's actually not stupid. even though we accidentally showed some maps early on in the war, but really, you know, I don't see that it would actually ever come to that. But if it did, yes, those people would definitely go back home and get involved in the fight. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I guess the other question would be, follow straight from that, is how successful do you think they'd be? I mean, there's only 4,000 of them, but they're 4,000 battle-hardened guys, and you throw them in with the partisans
Right.
who are already dug in. I mean, you could give them a hell of a fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the other thing is in that instance, the question would be how much would the military get involved either on the side of Lukashenko or on the side of the partisans? You know, so if it was a situation where the military was going to be directed to engage in Ukraine, they might be more likely to take the side of the insurgents, you know, or the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. The Belarusian rebels or whatever. The correct word is just totally jettisoned from my
Like
brain.
partisans?
Yes, partisans. Thank you. That's the exact word I was looking for. And Belarus has a really strong history of partisans going back to World War II, and they the partisans imagine themselves that way as the true partisans, and Belarus. And so for sure they would definitely get involved in, but the question then becomes, what will the military do? Will the military, you know, follow orders of Lukashenko to crush it? Will they not do that, and join the side of the partisans, or will they just be neutral? I think the last two would disastrous for um, be disastrous for Lukashenko. Whether they were to get involved or to even just sit it out. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. I mean, I could easily see them thinking Russians thinking they're going to get 20,000 troops out of Belarus, and in the end, they're going to have to dump in 100 just to hold the country at status quo. But I'll listen offline.
Exactly. No, exactly. And that's kind of what I was bringing up earlier, is that if something like that were to occur, it could, just basically throw a monkey wrench or a hand grenade in the whole entire situation for Putin. And this is one reason why while he's been pressing, he hasn't been pressing hard for Lukashenko to get more involved, because Putin understands that circumstance, or at least somebody's explained it to him, hopefully. And it doesn't, Putin doesn't seem to be bothered by it too much. He understands that would just be a
So
long-term problem for him.
Yeah, one
Go
more
ahead.
question then. One more question then on speculation. Do you think that Putin is pushing for Belarus to come in just to silence the mill bloggers, or do you think he's serious about it? And that really will be my last question, to let others speak.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm sure that there's both. Putin never has been one to like people talking crap about him or the military or anything. Like, this whole thing is just really, I'm sure the failures happening in real time are just beyond his grasp. I'm sure that he's probably hanging on by a thread mentally, in this entire situation. And so he doesn't like it at all. He's never liked it when people have negative things to say. So, sure, I'm sure he wants to silence people, but at the same time, you know, given the circumstances and that there aren't people batting down the recruiting doors in Russia, he could really use all the people he could get. And so if he could get the Belarusians to somehow actually enter the theater with men, that would be a win-win for his situation, in reality as well, on the battlefield. Are we there?
I can.
Okay. I had a question. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak.
I may want to speak, but I may not speak.
Go
But
ahead.
there's
Go,
some
Darren,
kind of way
go
I may want to try to speak, but I don't know if I want to speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No problem. Okay, no problem. I wanted to ask language or anybody else. So I saw this in passing on Twitter. I hadn't had a chance to really investigate it. I've been teaching all day and doing, kid stuff, imagine that. So I'd only just recently sat down when I saw something come across my Twitter feed that said that Russia today had sent um, more boats. I'm just going to call them boats to the Black Sea. And I was wondering if anybody had any thoughts on that. I mean, I definitely have thoughts on that, but I haven't had a chance to really look at it. And then you guys popped up and I wanted to listen. So I just haven't really looked into it yet. Language, have you seen anything about that? Or has anybody else or anybody have any
Yes.
thoughts on that?
So it appeared, as best I can tell, what happened is that there had been a grouping of about 11, 12 boat ships. And for the nautically inclined, ships carry boats, then boats are also submarines. If anybody is going to get real into the weeds on it, but they had about 12, 13. There's been storms in the Black Sea over the past week or so. A lot of sea mines floating around, and frankly, the Russians tend to keep most of their naval vessels just near Crimea, so they're out of range of any Ukrainian anti-ship missiles, because the last thing they want to do is lose another. What happened between yesterday and today was that a large grouping of Russian surface vessels sorted out from Sevastopol, set up shop, dumped a bunch of missiles into orphanages, and then went back in. At this point, I don't think there's a huge amount of ships outside the harbor. I think it's actually like 6 or less, because they quite literally shot what they had, and then went back in. But if there's something else about a large quantity of naval vessels going there, I haven't seen it, because to my knowledge, Russia still cannot transit through the Bosphorus in Turkey to bring more naval vessels into the Black Sea. And everything that they've had access to is everything they've been using. They don't really have anything waiting in reserve. Does that kind of clarify it at all? Or?
Yeah, no, it does, because I was kind of confused about that situation vis-a-vis Turkey and all of that. So I didn't know if these were. It sounded, the way the tweet sounded, it sounded like they had brought in ships from Russia, and my question was how, or if these were just boats that they had just sort of sitting around that really weren't doing much of anything. Pardon me, sorry.
Good. I think that was about it. Yeah, that they just kind of, they went out of harbor, they fired their missiles, they went back in. But there was a whole movement of them earlier in the day before the missiles were fired, which was noted. And that, plus the fact that the Russian radio that is used to indicate when their heavy bombers are up, that also went live, gave at least some people who were paying attention to it that, oh, this is something that's happening, or there is at least the capability for something to happen. And unfortunately, it did.
Right. And so my last question, so you said that these boats were sort of outside of range, I guess. So they weren't able to be fired upon. I'm just wondering, because I'm hoping that if the Moskva is any, sort of indicators to how they're keeping their boats, perhaps, it's at some point they could meet with a missile just like the Moskva did, and the Moskva didn't even see it coming. So, I'm just kind of hoping that that would be the scenario, or what. So I don't know. I had a question. I couldn't quite formulate it about the boats. I hope that made sense. I don't know.
Yeah, if I'm hearing you correctly, I see we have Portland and Colby and a number of others up here who maybe can comment on it more authoritatively than I can. But if I hear you correctly, it's, even though the Russians are bringing more vessels there, is it possible that they could get hit and sunk the same way the Moskva did? At this point, I don't think it's likely, unfortunately, because of where they are. As I understand, they're basically beelining out of Sevastopol and then moving south. So they have not only all of Crimea between them, as well as several hundred kilometers from where the most realistic location for a Ukrainian anti-ship battery would be, which unfortunately does not have that range. But they also have a number of air defenses there, which you can debate on how effective they are, but the totality of those and the fact that we haven't seen any evidence of Ukrainian anti-ship missiles being fired into these or even attempted leads me to believe that it's just not worth it at this point. There are a few other things that we've seen hopping around the Black Sea that are very interesting. I don't know if you had seen it about a week or two ago. It looked like a small metal kayak with a camera on the top and a really not that large, and at least one of them washed up near Sevastopol, possibly two, whereupon one of however many was dragged out to sea and blown up, which raised the question of, if you find the enemy's high-tech sea drone that you've never seen before, why would you look at it and then immediately go blow it up, right? If it's a UAV, you go, you take it back, and you let the eggheads look at it. The allegation, which I think makes some sense, is that this was designed as essentially a suicide boat drone that you could slip in undercover and start running it into things. Call it, a relatively meager, but still, autonomous torpedo. And this got all the way to Sevastopol from who knows how far away. And that's what I would keep an eye on, because if there's one of them, there's probably more. And it just takes one stormy night, as we've been having off and on the Black Sea, for one of these to run up amidships to something and explode. Again, this is all speculation, hypotheticals, but if something should happen, I would be wary of, unmanned metal kayaks drifting around in the Black Sea over the next couple months.
Sounds good.
And Dr. Ford, they probably did see that missile coming. It was too late for them to do anything about it.
Yeah, seeing it at the last minute is may as well not have seen it at all. Because they couldn't react, right? I mean, by the time they saw it, it was kind of like, it reminds me, since what was it? Was it Language Learner or somebody bringing up the Red October when the Russian sub was getting ready to get hit, and they were like, "Oh, that's probably about all they saw about the time they had." So
Yeah, I mean, Gunny, he's gamed it out. He's looking at the way the radars were and all of that kind of thing, and he suspects they didn't have all of their equipment running as it should have been to
there
be
was
able
actually
to counteract to counter the missile before it hit.
there was actually a report that leaked sometime in April that reportedly showed the inspection of the Moskva in early February, that said that it wasn't seaworthy, that the you're going to me that the radars weren't working, the mess hall was disgusting, like everything, but there were numerous problems apparently with the Moskva's radars and whatnot. So I think that that's probably, that seems to make sense to me. But that's the report that I saw. I don't know how, I believe people vetted it, but yeah.
Yeah, it was an actual report that came out about it. And like you said, it described some of the problems that the ship had, and her sister ship, they were outfitting her sister ship to take care of some of those problems, but she, in the Black Sea, did not have those upgrades and retrofits done to her yet. So anyway.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody say good evening to Anda. She's been sitting up here next to me. Got her yellow dress fella. Good evening, Anda.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning for the early risers in the European continent. Very early risers. I'm glad to see you all. I missed exactly languages update for today. I will get it on SoundCloud later. I just have a question, because don't we all? Uh, earlier, I saw a video, a tweet or something, which showed or said, didn't show, that Russian army is being transferred to Belarus again through trains. Is that an accurate information? It's not, because we are on the topic.
Yes, and Dr. Ford can clarify this if I get something wrong here. So like everything, you have to kind of go back a bit. You have to paint the picture. Belarusian partisans, while they weren't actively engaged in gun battles in the streets, were sabotaging Russian and Belarusian military by proxy operations. A lot of this came in the form of damaging railways, because rail infrastructure is incredibly important to the Russian war machine. These railways only broadly got repaired in totality to the south of Belarus, I want to say, within the last 2 to 3 weeks. And there were allegations that there was a Czech company that was helping with them, and then that company came out and said, we're contractually bound, and also we're not doing it, yada, yada, yada. However, once those trains started to get pulled in, there was good evidence of a large quantity of Russian troops being scheduled to go to Belarus. Now, once you dive into it, it turns out these aren't battle-hardened, steely-eyed missile men, right? These are people who just got pulled off the streets of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Vladivostok. These are conscripts, and my speculation is that Russia says, okay, Belarus, we know you're not going to actually involve yourself because the situation would go topsy-turvy in Belarus very quickly, and we don't want that, you don't want that. But we are going to take advantage of all of your dormitories, all of your infrastructure, and now it's your responsibility to feed, clothe, shelter these individuals as we try and train them up to actually be a semi-effective fighting force. We also have seen more aircraft and missiles and suicide drones sent into Belarus, which a large quantity of were used in the terror bombing across Ukraine today. However, and this was part of the update, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, despite the statements that Lukashenko made about this amorphous, we're going to be doing joint military operations with Russia, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense came out and said, it's not happening. They're not forming the assault groups they would need to. They only have 6 platoons on the border. And then some Ukrainian politicians came out and pretty much summarized the situation, saying, if he gives the order to go in, then that will be the last decision he ever makes alive as the president of Belarus, indicating that this is a non-starter from the very beginning. Some people did kind of take and run with Belarus is invading. Belarus, if they were to do something so stupid, they probably wouldn't announce it ahead of time, because that gives a leg up for everyone in the military who doesn't want to die in Ukraine and has conflicted loyalties, any partisans that decide this is go time, as well as Ukraine, who has a sizable portion of southern Belarus within missile range and would probably start firing, none of which behooves you if you're an autocratic leader who barely held on to power 2 years ago. Does that kind of answer the question?
How does this affect LeBron James's legacy?
Well, I don't know. You have to go watch whatever that Netflix special is, and I think that might be able to explain it better than I can. But Anda, how does that answer your question?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see Portland is
Yeah, hopefully.
gone.
Just a second here.
Maybe we can get back in.
Hey, just a second here. We had if somebody comes up that route, folks, I will drop you. You say something out of turn and off topic like that, I'm going to drop you automatically. There's a thing called respect. Respect the space. Everybody gets their turn. Raise your hand, and you'll get called. But I'm not going to do the whole asking James on a subject that ain't got nothing to do with Ukraine. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent a DM to Portland. I know he was waiting for a while, and I apologize if I monologued too long there and kind of, I know he's a busy man as well. Um, Otherwise, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them real quick. As a general, otherwise, I could try and do a quick sort of platform for something I'm working on. I'm not asking you for your money. There's better organizations than I. If you work with 3D printing or injection molding, and you work with ABS plastics, and you're willing to help me out with a small project that is tangentially related to Ukraine, and this is very much in some early prototyping stages, please shoot me a DM. Talk about it more there. I won't waste people's time here. But if that's something you seem interested in, I would be very interested in picking your brains, especially if you deal with ABS plastics or PETG plastics. Feel free to shoot me a DM. My DMs are always open.
Language, you cleared the crowd, man.
Yeah, I've been told I have that effect on people.
All right.
No, it's that Portland. I mean, it's that Language does such an amazing job that nobody could possibly have any more questions. It's just very thorough, all of that. So that's what it is.
That's incredibly kind of you to say. But I wish that were the case. But if I can see further, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. There's a tremendous number of really informative people here and people who send me information. And I would be a pale imitation of whatever I do here without them. So if you help, thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
All right. We have Aslan and Victor. You guys, if you're just coming to the space, please raise your hand, and we can.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl, for giving me the mic. I'm just listening to you guys, so it's very interesting to find out stuff about Ukraine. I'm going to contribute, but just listening at the minute.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is we the way we do this, we bring you up. If you don't have a question right now, I'm gonna drop you back down, and then that way, if you got a question, I'll bring you back up. No problem. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Victor.
Hi there. Hi, guys, girls. Calling from Lisbon. Just I'm curious about the number of. I don't know if you talked about this matter before because I didn't listen from the start. I'm curious about the number of missiles that the Russians still have because they were bombing. I mean, yesterday it wasn't the first time they bombed cities. They were bombing like for months, and they just suddenly stopped for a while. And we thought maybe they were at the end of their stocks. I don't know. And now suddenly they start, and they look like they may go into the Syrian approach. And I don't know if anybody has an idea about the number of missiles, SBRMs, and cruise missiles they still have.
So it's a great question. We know that their stockpiles are diminished. The last time we got an estimate on it, it was that they had fired something on the order of 70%, up to 80%, but we'll use the lower bound then. It's probably closer to the higher bound now of their more capable long-range ballistic missiles. Well over 3,000 missiles having been fired so far, when they had originally expected to use 300, shock and awe, and then parade down, Maidan by the end of the week. That none of that seems to happen. What we have seen is an increased reliance on unconventional missiles, older systems. They're using more air-launched cruise missiles. A good indicator is that they don't seem to have a lot of their land-launched missiles, the Iskanders or the Tachkas. How can I say that with any authority? Look at what happened today. They have the ability to drive a missile-carrying vehicle all the way to South Belarus and be within a couple minutes flight time of Lviv. But instead, they opted to fire a missile from across the country, going back to the previous interrupter, LeBroning James, a free throw through the airspace of a neutral third country, Moldova, to hit these things. That's not what you do if you have any other options. You don't decide to start committing airspace violations with missiles to hit things on the far side of the country from several hundred kilometers away if you have something right next door. We've seen this many months ago in Lviv, where they did the same thing. They fired some very expensive long-range missiles from the Black Sea instead of using ground-based systems or even air-launched systems. But I would argue, while it's not likely they're going to be out anytime soon, based on what the Ukrainian intelligence service said today, that they were planning this missile salvo since a week ago, and it took this long to get everything into position. It's not something that they can do indefinitely. It's unfortunate. This is the largest single salvo that I've seen since the war began, aside of the first 48 hours. But the small comfort is this will diminish their stockpile. They spent somewhere between 400 700 million US dollars today, and while they damaged a lot of infrastructure, thankfully, for the amount of missiles fired, the casualties in terms of dead were relatively low. So I don't think it's a sustainable thing for Russia to do. I won't say it's the last time, unfortunately, but it's not something they can do every day in and out for the rest of the year. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but there's still this situation that it always we always feel that they are sort of hostage of these long distance ballistic launches, And now today we heard about this possibility of sending Patriot batteries that were supposed to go to Saudi Arabia, and also there are some Nazams or something from I don't know where, Norway, something, and also some Iris in Germany. But I suppose it's impossible to defend all the cities, But do you think it's possible to have more air defense in Ukraine, more sophisticated ones?
It's certainly possible. It's definitely in the pipelines. It's also going to take some time. While there's already evidence of certain anti-air systems.
Language.
I think we lost him.
He's
Yeah.
gone. And
Well,
what did you do to him?
Russians are jamming us.
yeah, they probably are. Well, I could say a little
Never.
bit while we're waiting for him to reconnect. I mean, I know that Europe apparently doesn't have a ton of anti-air missiles, and Language can correct me. I mean, anti-missile systems, right? And comparatively, neither do we. Like, just kind of just sitting around. So at least that's what I know. Language, you're back. What do you think?
So, yeah, it's a matter of both the quantity available. There are some NATO allies that have already discussed that they're using certain ones. Your next door neighbors in Spain are training on something that sounds remarkably similar to an Espada, but it's apparently something else. So, but the U.S. has talked about sending, I believe it's the NSAMS, Norwegian surface-to-air missile system. I'm sure I'm getting that wrong. The issue is that and they've also been some facilitated transfers of the S-300 anti-air missile, which is a Soviet-style system that Ukraine is already familiar with. And the familiarity is kind of the sticking point. In other countries, and when the U.S. has sent things like Patriot batteries, those get crewed by, in many cases, military contractors or other service members as part of defense agreements. For obvious reasons, we can't send a bunch of Patriot missile batteries around Kyiv and station NATO troops there because they would be in active conflict with Russian forces, and that leads to a whole number of things, which is unfortunate. It takes time to train on an anti-air system because unless it's a guy with a stinger on his shoulder or somebody behind an anti-aircraft gun, it's an integrated anti-air defense system. It's not just one truck sitting in the middle doing everything on its own. It communicates with a whole host of different networks and equipment. And to get everybody on the same page, everybody working together, everybody able to respond quickly in a time when seconds count, it takes a while. And I am afraid that while functionally, both Germany, the US, other nations could send things immediately, that they do want to ensure that Ukrainian troops are trained up on them before they get them. Otherwise, they would just become a target very quickly and could be lost in combat. I think that's the more of the sticking point, because a couple of the more modern anti-systems, you drop those around cities in western central Ukraine, and while it doesn't remove the threat of these missile salvos, especially if they're saturation attacks like we saw today, they are just night and day compared to what Ukraine currently has, where they're having to shoot down some of these cruise missiles with fighter jets. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you talked about winter coming in. Did you?
I did not, but winter is coming, as George R. R. Martin likes to write. So it is definitely a concern. The Ukrainian military and a number of folks, including folks in the space, such as Konstantin, who have sent tremendous amounts of winter gear. I believe in a single week there was a report from the Ukrainian military saying that it sent the better part of 1 million units of thermal underwear, tens of thousands of cold weather boots, hundreds of thousands of cold weather jackets. Meanwhile, the Russians are begging for it, quite literally in some cases, on the streets of Belgorod, and they did not do well over a month and a half of winter at the beginning of this year. I do not expect the Russians to do much better now with their logistics and supply lines challenged. It's going to be challenging. Fighting in the winter always is, but I don't think the Russians are going to have some sort of advantage here just because they're born in Russia or whatnot.
Language, didn't some of their winter gear just go explodey?
Yeah, well, some of it exploded, and I'm not sure if it's all winter gear, but there was one guy who, when pressed, said, well, we had 1.5 million units of general uniforms, and I think that included everything from boots to socks and whatnot, but I don't know where they went. Real shame. Let me retire to my yacht in the Caymans or whatnot. So the corruption endemic in the system is rotting the whole system out.
Thank you, Victor, and language. We have a bunch of hands up. The order is Nikolai, Andreas, Carl, and Prince. Nikolai, please come on.
Hello, everyone. I have a question. A couple of days ago, there was some information that South Korea had an agreement to.
Nikolai,
Hello.
I think you have a headphone and a phone in your pocket. Could you please speak directly into your phone?
Hello.
Do you hear me?
It seems like your maybe Bluetooth headset in your pocket is picking up audio now. It's very broken up. You may want to turn it off of Bluetooth before you talk, if you don't mind, or put the headphones in your ears.
Okay, let's go to Andres, and then we will come back to Nikolai if he solves his problems.
All right, thank you. And I see Yehuda is also here. Very great. So we might switch at some point to him. Just a quick question. Not a question, really. Actually, not a question, a statement. We were talking about the missiles which have been rained from Putin's dacha. 50%, as I have heard, have been actually shot down of these missiles. So there is a very good anti-missile system in place. If the German system is in place, we don't know. I guess maybe someone can tell us about in this space about it, if there is RST already in fact in place. But 50% sounds good to me, at least. All right. So let's move forward.
Yehuda is coming up, so
Hello, hello.
um,
Yes, I didn't hear all of that,
if
but I hope that wasn't a comment that said maybe they don't need German systems because they shot down so many, because that's not the way to look at it. So the Ukrainians are just really, really fine-tuned on doing things. They're really good at what they do. As far as equipment goes, I didn't hear what language said earlier, it just came in the end of it, but everything that the Ukrainians could be getting or are getting is trained to a very high level of proficiencies outside of Ukraine. So nothing fancy is showing up in Ukraine, and they're not, doing workup training on air defense systems in Kyiv or anything. That's all done in Germany and Poland and UK and other countries. So by the time the item gets to to Ukraine, there's buy-in from whatever donor country supplied it, or the Americans said, yeah, no, they're good at it. We're good, because obviously they don't want them destroyed or captured. They're not going to get captured, but so everything that gets into play is, and even weapons platforms that didn't get approved, the Ukrainians trained on as well. So it's really, they're ahead of the curve. They're doing their best. I don't know if you saw that handheld device. I don't know if you were talking about that language. It took down a cruise missile, something like that. Ukrainians got BALLS, and they're doing all the right things. If this is what it took to convince Germany about the Iris or whatnot, or other countries to give up defense systems, that's great, because that's one part of the picture that hasn't been closed. That's one part of the problem that has been the lowest on the priority list. If you notice, there was a talk a lot about no-fly zones, and that kind of disappeared when the Russian Air Force proved itself to be Russian and ineffective and garbage, junk. So, and I mean that politely, of course. But now with, they estimate, and CJ says it, and I believe him, that they've spent at least 50% of the precision guided missiles, and they want to spend almost $1 billion in one day trying to shoot up pedestrian bridges and schoolyards. Let's just hope they can only be this stupid and wear themselves out, frankly. I'm not saying it's great that 10 or 12 people or 15, 20, I don't know how many civilians were killed today. It's all bad, but the fact that they're not trying to use these to aim for actual military targets, at the end of the day, it's they do so at their own peril. And their ability to resupply in terms of building these things, they can't sort out uniforms. I doubt they can sort out, multi-million-dollar missiles when they're under sanctions, and a lot of stuff's going on. So a lot of, I just saw in an interview, I should have posted it, with retired General Wesley Clark. And he was actually going through some very specific details, which I thought was really neat. And he, the Russians have not changed their warfighting stance since World War I. That's what he said on CNN. And he's like, and I know because I watched them train. I would go to Russia, look at them, and he just said the same thing. Give the generals the weapon, the technology. The generals just say, give the peasants AK-47, 74, whatever, and let them shoot, and that's it. And that's more of the same. So I'm not sure how they're gonna get any more precision guided munitions, and if they're gonna use the rest of it trying to hit a dam or a bridge which they can't even hit. Okay, they can aim it. We had Roman Sharmata earlier. We're talking about where could they aim it? Well, I don't know, Kherson, anywhere 50 kilometers away from their lines, and just hope they hit something. That's a better bet, but they don't want to do that. They want to cause terror. The whole purpose of this wasn't military. It wasn't a shaping operation. Someone suggested in error. This was literally terror, state-sponsored terror. The simple point that they still believe that the Ukrainians are weak. They have this racist, bigoted view of them, that they're some windows are going to shatter. There's going to be civilian deaths, and they're just going to apparently welcome, come, big brother. We're so stupid. So glad you're here. Help us out. This is the kind of crazy delusional behavior the Russians are into. Now, and for context, I said it earlier, I'll say it again to this audience. Azovstal defenders who were released have been, have been briefed. They've briefed their commanders. Russian officers literally approached them as they were being released to say, you guys were really, really good. Why don't you fight with us and we'll kick the West out of Ukraine and have glorious Mother Russia. I mean, these guys are that delusional. They literally thought that these guys were trying to poach Azovstal defenders to fight for them. And you know what? It's not a joke when we hear Putin say these things on the radio, on the news, and his sycophants and his weirdos, let's call them, saying yes, I think a lot of them believe it. They really believe that they're just better, that Ukraine is just Russia light, and all we need to do is show them who's boss. We'll really beat them up, and then they'll listen. But obviously, the Ukrainians are too strong, proud, and intelligent for that. So, yeah, a lot to unpack there. Definitely with a really solid air defense system. And no, the Iron Dome isn't the answer for many, many reasons. And even if it was technologically the best thing for Ukraine, Israel is the size of half of, half of Kiev Oblast. If they were to give every single one they had in the country, then 0.05% of Ukraine would be defended. It's a little silly. I keep seeing it quite a bit, but anyway, they need the fancy stuff that the Germans and the Americans and all other people have. And if it's a go, then you'll see them trained on it for several weeks in other countries, and then it'll be deployed in happiness. Maybe the Russians won't even have any more PGMs at that point. Who knows? Anyways, that's the answer I've got, Anda and Joseph. And hi, language.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good, good.
Thank you, Yehuda. I see Andres dropped, probably to just listen. Carl, you're up next.
Hey, my question is, given that we know that they can't do this every day, right? It takes time to put together, plus they have a limited supply. But here, however, if I was them, and knowing that, on a number of different days I've done, relatively large attacks in the beginning, a few months ago or whatnot, and now this one now, or from an info, like from trying to push that message of terror onto Ukraine in the West. If I was that bad general or Putin, I'd probably at least do a second day in a row, just to try to maybe cause a bit more panic. So my question is there any likelihood that we're going to see a significant amount of activity tonight or this morning, Ukraine time?
I don't have a crystal ball, but I want to backtrack one thing about the missiles and the terror. Just like in Israel, they prioritize incoming missiles in terms of they can generally determine actually where they're aimed at. That's how you hear it was aimed at the bridge, but it missed. So you might wonder, how the hell do you know that? Maybe they're aiming for the kebab shop on the other side of the bridge. Sometimes it's obvious, other times it's not. There's a whole series of calculations that can be done in terms of speed, trajectory, et cetera, et cetera. The way individual particular rockets move is well known and documented. Same in Israel when they get rocketed at, there are missiles that they kind of throw, like flip a coin and say, okay, forget it. We're not going to. We have ones that I know are headed for 7 big apartment blocks, so we're definitely going to focus on that. So don't make any mistake. The Russians, and they're gloating, well, only 12 people and all these precision strikes, at least 75, blah blah blah. I wasn't there. I wasn't in any decision making center, obviously in Ukraine, but I can promise you, I can bet you 100% 99.9%. The ones that were shot down successfully were definitely ones that they knew were very, very bad. Ones that would have, slammed killed hundreds of people per rocket. So that should, and that's actually, I don't know if you've noticed, some people in the Twitter world, which disturbs me sometimes. I love it here, but the rest of Twitter not so much. Saying, well, why are they? What's the big deal? Only 12 people died. Why is Germany saying? Well, hopefully they do it. Why are other countries even quietly behind the scenes? For everything you see, expect that there's a lot more that countries are saying to each other quietly, and they don't want to publicize it, right? Why should they give up their hand? Let's say everyone's already agreed, and these things are being sent, and the Russians don't know, and then they go and waste another $500 million on a day's salvo of stupid, targeted, idiotically targeted, civilian sites, but with $500 million. Well, let's let them think it, right? So always imagine, it's not, I have no rule of thumb, but always imagine when there are these big actions that countries are doing, especially NATO countries are having really deep conversations to benefit Ukraine, but obviously they're not going to make it public. So the reaction from so many countries being so profound and having a lot of gusto to them is most likely because, although only 12 or however many, or 12, I hate saying only, because the number appears low, that wasn't the intent of the Russians. So they were openly preparing to kill like 5,000 Ukrainians with 75 strikes. So that's why, everyone's okay, that's it. We're like, this is nuts. Because in the beginning of the war, if you notice, there were times that way more civilians were killed in the initial bombardment. But this is a specifically completely non-military, complete gong show attempt to hit their electrical infrastructure. So their PGMs aren't so precision, if you ask me. But the reality is, the other ones that were headed to heavily populated city centers like Lviv and Kiev were meant to kill like thousands of people. That's like a 911, like two 911s. So that shouldn't be lost on people, and that's why a lot of countries have said, they've said, okay, this is crazy, and that's just because the Ukrainians had to prioritize. These ones are going, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to go, okay, there's like 5 of these going straight in the middle of downtown Kyiv. We need to spend as much as we can to take those down, and the other ones, and these are decisions made in a split second, right? Because the missiles move fast. But the Ukrainians have an entire, air defense network that focus on just this, and they got their stopwatches, and they're practicing every day. Thanks, Carl.
That's interesting. I mean, it wasn't what I was asking, but that's actually a really good and a really good point to put out. So you're kind of even saying that even though they shot down maybe half of the missiles, that they really maybe deactivated 95% of the potential damage.
You got it. It's exactly how they do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
If one's going in a farmer's field, they're like, forget it. If it kills a cow, it's too bad. You know what I mean? Just because they can't focus. They have priority. They have a prioritized list.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Prince?
Thank you, Anda. Hello, Joseph. Hello, Yehuda. Hello, Dr. Nick. Hello, Language. Hello, Colby. Hello, Carl. Hello, Victor. Hello, everybody else who's listening. The one thing really stuck out to me today while I was listening, that CJ said, and I'm sure that Yehuda can speak about this, but CJ said, in the U.S., what we expect or hope, I don't know the exact wording he used, but what we would hope that our air defense would do would be to be able to shoot down 50% of whatever was incoming. And Ukraine hit higher than 50%. Yes, they need more air defense systems. That will help a lot. But they did really well with the 50%. And I was talking to somebody who was distressed last night, and I said, 25%, 50%, whatever it gets, whatever air defense can get is better than 100% of those rockets hitting the ground. So, and the other,
Well, technically, they all hit the ground eventually.
well, yeah, but
I'm joking.
bad luck, I sent you.
I'm just teasing.
I know, but did you see the bad Lotta joke I sent you?
I did, I think. I will look again.
Yeah, I sent my son to Ukraine, and all I got was this lousy Lotta.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see it now. Yeah. That's funny. Lollapalooza 2023.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to say was, we've heard again, I've heard again today the repeated close the skies, close the skies. But in this situation, they came, from what I've heard, is they came from the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and I didn't hear that there were anything that was let loose or fired from within Ukrainian airspace. So closing the skies wouldn't have mattered anyway. Am I correct in?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they mean close the sky to cruise missiles too, right? They with really good air defense, And again, we keep using, and I'll pick on Israel. Israel, you see the videos of like 80 million, no, like not 80 million, 50, rockets, and they're getting better and better. So they're not just homemade garbage, right? They're smuggled from Iran, but 50 coming at a time. I think maybe not 50, maybe it was 20, and you see them coming in, and you see these friggin' their Iron Dome and just moving across the sky and knocking them all out because they're all headed right for Tel Aviv, for example. Israel is at its narrowest, I think, 22 kilometers wide. 22 kilometers. You could do it in a day if you're really dedicated, and you can walk 22 kilometers. I think it's about 400 kilometers north to south, and then add a 200 kilometer desert in the middle. It has a very condensed population in certain areas in the Shephelah, the foothills. Shephelah means foothills in Hebrew, and the plains of Sharon, from Haifa going all the way down to like south of Tel Aviv. It's a small area. I mean, gosh, it's like, I don't know. Anyone have a map? Is it the size of Manhattan? It's where the majority of Israelis live. So it's infinitely easier for them to protect their densely populated areas. Ukraine is huge. It's a massive country, and to have an air defense that closes the skies, I mean, it's impossible. But you can have really amazing air defense assets near things that are really important, like major cities. You can have them near, sensitive infrastructure, electrical plants, nuclear plants, major and important bridges and transportation hubs. You can do that. That you can do, but you need a lot of really sophisticated weaponry. And I'm not even going to say you need to train them, because they seem to be very motivated. The Ukrainians, they're learning how to do things that, ask CJ, the officer of artillery, who is a Ranger, very famous group of cool cats in the United States, and he was saying that and he literally said, he goes, they're handling the M777s faster than we are, and with accuracy. So it's pretty incredible what you can do when you put your mind to it and your life's on the line. So yeah, getting those systems in I'm not saying it's a game changer. It's definitely a really good morale boost for Ukraine. And just like the British in World War II, bomb after bomb, V1, V2 raids, it didn't make the Brits give up or want to give up. It made them more pissed. And it just became a part of life in England at the time, in London. So same thing will happen with the Ukrainians. They'll be, but having these systems in will definitely be a symbolic, because obviously it's not a strategic goal that the Russians have. They didn't think, we're going to do this. Like they know full well that they don't have the ability to hit the targets that they want to hit. So it's more like in the vicinity of, Whereas obviously, as we see from the weapons that the West have given Ukraine, they can probably, zero in on a penny on the ground. And if the penny still existed afterwards, you'd be able to determine it got hit, but it wouldn't. So yeah, more of it. Like and again, it's a very important fact. What Russia attempted to do yesterday was nothing less than murdering minimum 5,000 Ukrainian civilians. That's absolutely it's non-negotiable. Just like NAFO expansion, it's non-negotiable. It's definitely what they wanted to do, and that set off all that. The reverberation set it off. I mean, that set off a reverberation. Sorry, in European capitals, because if it wasn't for what they did have and their ability to use it well, and they're also ahead of the curve. They have things that we don't know, but they were able to do spectacular work in defending the key population areas. But obviously, some got through to the cities. But still, it's a very scary proposition. This could have ended up very different. And so this is, as soon as I saw it, I said to myself, these are the death throes of a tyrant. And if you want, YouTube's got some good videos, interviews called Times Radio. Times Radio have some really, really class act speakers. Also, British forces have a channel. They have some really, really good commentary and analysis there, and it's usually every time I've read it, or listened to it, it's spot on. Hope that helps, Heather.
You always help, Yehuda. It was, to me, it was just like a freaking temper tantrum, but nobody can put the words to it better than Gunny can. And he described it as a baby throwing teddy bears out of the pram because he was pissed.
Yeah, just unfortunate that these are killing people still, right? So, I mean, on balance, if you want me to sound like too pragmatic or kind of insensitive, the loss of those civilians versus what the Ukrainians will get in return for fighting the good fight, the Russians should be kicking themselves. They should be kicking themselves. Not only did they waste munitions on things they could have used for military purposes, now they've made it more likely that instead of 50%, 80-90% of the rockets will get shot down with no effect. Right? They'll focus on the ones that are going to population centers and the ones that are not, quote unquote, worth it to take out. So they're just shooting themselves in the foot. Everything they do is worse than the last thing they did. Good for the good guys.
And it's worth noting that in the breakdown of missiles that were shot down, Russia used at least 13 of these suicide UAVs provided by Iran. And Ukraine shot down 10 of those, which, quick math, is well over 3/4, right? And those are ones that have been particularly damaging because the operators can navigate them into more crowded places and whatnot than some of the less accurate Russian missiles being lobbed from the Black Sea. So, like Yehuda so eloquently put, there is a choice here about, are we going after the one that looks like it's being fired into a field somewhere, or are we going after these suicide drones that seem to be targeting quite literally parks in downtown Kiev?
Yeah, and the numbers are way higher on the suicide drones. They got way more from Iran. So apparently, from one of my friends, at least 50, and the vast majority of them were shot down. And the Israelis have given them, as if you notice, there was a turning point about 3 weeks ago where you were hearing stories where soldiers were afraid of them, and then they were no longer. The Israelis deal with these drones, same technology, in coming from Syria on a daily basis. Actually, they just don't really talk about it. I think I said to the audience that they have some cool pro tips and life hacks where they've sent back the drone to the from the sender to the sender and detonate it at the point of origin. So they're really, really good at messing around with Iranian technology. And eventually I assume they got it. Now, what's the rate determining step there? Why don't they do it with all of them? It's just because they have so many. and it's such a wide area, right? It's such a big area, so they can literally they can send these off at any point around Ukraine and include around Ukraine. So anywhere from the Belarusian side all the way to Rostov-on-Don. It's an enormous area. Again, Israel's frontage with Syria is probably 50 kilometers. That's it, right? So they can focus all of their air defense and their cyber and countermeasures and their signal communications in a very small area. So whatever Israel can help them with, it's not going to be a silver bullet, right? It's not gonna fix everything, but over time, I assume the Ukrainians will just get better and kind of have a good idea. Maybe the Americans will help them out with more ISTAR to determine where these drones are coming from, or is it even worth it? Who knows?
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know that there's been a number used, and allegedly Russia has several hundreds of these, as much as Iran claims that they're doing nothing. Right. But I think today, just the Iran or the Ukrainian military came out and said, "Hey, there were some 20-something drones, of which we shot down this number, but more specifically, there were 13 suicide drones, and we shot down 10 of them," which shows that they can also differentiate between what they're seeing. So if Russia was trying to use some recon drones to try and fill the air, as it were, and soak up missiles, the Ukrainians were good enough at saying, "Yeah, we're not going for those. We're going after the ones that actually have explosives on them." And they did so a lot better than most people perhaps would have expected, given the situation 3 weeks ago.
Well, yeah, and if I can just add, there've been several of those that have gone to Odessa, and I think, as Yehuda pointed out very well, Israelis have helped very well with that, but they've gotten a good amount of practice in getting rid of these drones in the Odessa region on a pretty regular basis, and I think the Ukrainians are getting pretty good at that and sharing the information along the rest of the military people who would be responsible for that.
And what I'd be interested that we've seen in Odessa is that they've used these Shahed drones, these suicide drones, in conjunction with other Iranian-provided drones, the Mahajers, which are larger, quote-unquote combat drones. You can kind of think of them like a slightly larger Bayraktar. But what we saw near Odessa, and one of these was shot down, hacked, who knows, landed in the ocean, got towed out, and is probably on its way to other people who are very interested in taking it apart, that the Russians would send a swarm. They never used less than 2. In this case, they had used 6. And then they were controlling or piloting them somehow with this larger, more expensive drone. I would be curious, and I may never know the answer to this, whether some of these other UAVs that were reported today were the brains controlling the drone swarms, and that by taking those out, it disrupted the drone swarm in some way, especially if they were quite a larger distance away from their initial launching point. But that's probably need to know stuff that I don't need to know.
Also, a lot of these, technically the Shaheds are loitering munitions, right? And they, as far as they go, they're actually quite unresilient. They're not resilient. So in other words, they're easily disrupted. So once they're disrupted, though, their trajectory is all cuckoo. So there's not, so they're a lot easier to manipulate, even if you aren't going to shoot it down. You can disrupt it so that it crashes well short into a field. And that's one thing. The terrain is actually a big advantage for the Ukrainians as well, because they can see a lot of things coming. It's a lot of flat land, especially the approaches to Kyiv. So they don't have that in their favor. In the Middle East, believe it or not, it's not all desert and flat in the north on the border with Israel. There's a mountain, there's a lot of blind spots, and a lot of, you need to have you don't always do, but you should have a line of sight in order to affect it, right? Because still radio waves go through the air, and they don't go as well through mountains. So that's kind of an equalizer for the Ukrainians as well, just the terrain that they have. But yeah, it's they're remarkably adept, and these platforms all have specific signatures, whether they're radio frequencies that they're known to operate on, or anything, without getting into too many details. But it's pretty jokey. It wasn't the solution that the Russians thought it would be at all. And again, a lot of these crap countries like to market things they do as being like super, super high tech, when really it's more like 4chan, Radio Shack level. So Yeah, but good point on the brains, of what are you, the Muhajir, but all around, and they've had success. So again, you know, they had success on undefended stationary oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. Good for you. Like, I punched a kid in the face. How old was he? 3? Oh wow, it's a good job, man. Yeah, I'm a real good fighter. Okay, now you go fight George St. Pierre. Little different story. Good points, Victor. Sorry.
Hi again. Just I read a couple of days ago this article, but I didn't read anything else about the matter anywhere about the
Victor,
West.
your subwoofer. You should turn it off. It sounds like you have a subwoofer behind you.
Sorry.
Is it just me or your
No, I
mic?
heard it too.
Is it good? Is it better now? Okay.
Sounds like
I
you're
was
at a
talking
rave.
about this article I read, and I didn't read it about this matter anywhere else. It was about the West running out of weapons, especially the anti-missile or defense, because in the last few wars, like I don't know, Afghanistan, so they didn't really needed these kind of weapons, so the production was sort of slowing down in the US and in Europe. And this article was a bit I got a bit worried about it because I thought, okay, they really need a lot of these air defense weapons, and because the Russians they fight like in quantity, not in quality, because they don't have quality. And they I don't know if you read or heard something about this somewhere.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. So whoever heard the language, and Joseph, Colby.
Well, I think the question broadly was about whether we're sort of the NATO alliance broadly, or just the Western world is sort of running out of weapons. Europe and the United States and South Korea and so forth. Language, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was the anti-air. He had asked it before, whether because we haven't necessarily needed anti-aircraft weaponry for the last several wars, dating back a couple decades now, that the munition stockpile had decreased, and as a result, the supplies were more limited. I think Colby might have an answer to that. I'm gonna have to head off, but I'm not a missile defense guy, so I imagine that we haven't run out of them completely. People are always making new ones, right?
All right, thanks, Language. If you want to sign off, go ahead, buddy.
Good night. Thanks, language.
Good.
See you later. Yeah, Victor, that's a surprisingly interesting question. No, air defense is used all the time. Maybe not for your cities, but for your forces. So the United States has huge air defense capabilities. They don't just send, whether it's for not just aircraft, but anything in the air that could go boom over you. So they have all of those requisite assets available to them. We don't in Canada. I'm going to be honest. We used to, but countries in Europe certainly do, and so do the Americans. And the Americans are kind of the ones that count here. But yeah, as far as munitions go, you probably it's staggering the amount of things that the U.S. military has, and I guess it's a good reason they have them. I guess being prepared was smart, and remember, anything that the Pentagon would ever need, if it means world peace and security and stability, they can get it done. They can make things. People talked about, it'll take 3.5 years for javelins, and no, it won't. You're looking at the throughput today, or at that time, when they weren't required. Are you telling me a company whose sole job is to make money making javelins, if they only have staff working to make X amount a month because that's what their orders are in for? Well, gosh, it's like saying you can bake 100 cookies in a day because you're working from like 11 to 3. So you're baking 100 cookies a day, but all of a sudden someone's telling you, I'll give you $1 million for 500 cookies a day. You're going to find a way to make those cookies to have different. You have someone come in and cook 100, and you'll cook 100, and someone else will cook 100. Then the kitchen will be used, instead of for 4 hours, it'll be used for 16 hours, right? So not that it takes 4 hours to cook a cookie, but whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. So that where there's a will, there's a way. If you ever watched Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon used to say, where there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure he's not the only one. Colby.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the CSIS article that Victor is referring to specifically, but they did write one on this topic. There are some constraints with production of certain weapon systems because, yes, the United States and the NATO alliance broadly, despite fighting the war on terror, it's been more of a peacetime footing where there hasn't been a need to have very massive amounts of conventional munitions because they didn't expect to fight a major land war. So the amount of regular production of things like artillery shells has been just enough to fulfill just basic orders and fulfill the rates at which those munitions are being expended in low intensity conflicts in the Middle East and elsewhere. That said,
training makes up the majority of the
yes.
resupply.
Yes, training. Yeah, just there's a base level of use for training, and then just stockpiles for reserves, and then just whatever you're expending in combat if you're in that situation. But even for things like 155, there's a lot of countries that have facilities to produce those munitions, so that's not really a concern. Things like Stinger and Javelin, they were being produced at much lower rates, so there's a little bit of constraints there, but stocks have not been exhausted by any means, and they're working on increasing how much they can produce. So overall, I don't think that there is a critical risk right now of any particular munition that Ukraine has received being exhausted. That's not a concern. I think just the bigger concern is getting the new systems that they need into theater in sufficient quantities. That's the bigger challenge, both on just production, if the systems don't exist yet, like NASAMS. There's not 6 NASAM systems in the United States right now, but America has pledged 6 NASAM systems. They have to be built first. They have to be procured from industry. And then the training timeline, just to train on the systems, because air defense systems are like super complicated, and it's not like a very short process. So those things take time, but just on the resupply of munitions, I think that's less of a concern. And overall, I think that's the picture that the CSIS article painted, is that there are some constraints, but overall, it's not like a critical issue right now.
Not only that, though, one of the very first questions that logistics officers who are specialized in procurement ask, first of all, logos love their matrices. Matrices is the proper term. And one of the big factors that's important for that is scalability. They demand to know what the plans for scalability are, because no one wants to lock in to a producer that says, I can only make 100 of these ever a day, and that's all you're getting. So they have to have a plan to scale out everything in that part of especially every business should do that, but it's specifically in weapons manufacturing and munitions manufacturing, the ability to scale it. And it's happened in World War II, where the United States literally, if there's a clothing factory beside a munitions factory, guess what? That clothing factory is now a munitions factory too. Like they can appropriate stuff. There are laws on the books for that type of stuff. And yes, the other factor is all of the computer chip brains of different equipment. Also, scalability as well. Relationships with manufacturers of different parts. Relationships are made, legal documents signed between the manufacturer of the munitions plus their suppliers, and saying, if we do this, you need to provide that, and that means you have to show us your scalability, your ability to scale out, should we require it, because that's how we're going to get this, $500 million contract from the Pentagon. They want to know that we can kick up if we need to, because if they need to, right? So this is all proper planning. This is all contingency planning. It's smart stuff. You can take a snapshot at any given time and say, based on what we see here and their ability to produce, we suspect this is what but that's true. It's not a lie, but it's not accurate in the sense that it doesn't paint a real, or it's accurate, but it's not precise, or whatever it is. I always get the two confused. It's irrelevant, but you get the idea. So I wouldn't worry about that whatsoever. Minus the thing that Colby said about the NASAMS. Other than that, the things that Ukraine needs to win this war, they're going to get, and they're getting it. The incremental nature of it obviously is very frustrating for everyone, and I know that. And I think initially the incremental nature of it was described by Colonel Vindman in an article he wrote for The Atlantic, and he shared parts of it with us before publishing it a few months ago, and that was that the incremental nature is to offset any Russian claims that the big boogeyman is out to get us. So they were doing it to be cautious. Now the gloves are off, the mask is down, and there's a very thick pipe going through Europe from the United States that is bringing everything that the Ukrainians could need, and then some, maybe even for the Poles and the Romanians. So we're seeing a lot of things moving and grooving. Hope that answers your question, Victor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No problem. Who's next, Joseph?
I believe it's Chris and then Daniel.
Hey, Yehuda, Colby, other fellow Canadians, happy Thanksgiving. Hope you guys had a good family time, good meal. Question, we hear so much about the Abrams tanks and Leopard 2 and whatnot. I've never really heard much about from a layman's aspect, and I'm sure Colby or Yehuda, you can give me some kind of basic information, but kind of what gives them this advantage? What's the big reason they want to see those? And I know that they're the top end, but I'm thinking tanks as far as how Russia is using them, which is probably not the right example to look at, but hitting buildings, maybe tank on tank battles. But like, if we bring these things in, are they going to be effective, and in what way, I guess, is the question. I don't see them trying to knock down buildings, but is it effective against infantry? Again, what makes them more capable than others, and why is there so much hype on these things? Thanks.
So a lot of people prefer the Leopard 2s, right? The variants there. Primarily, they exist, and there's a lot of them, and the ability to get them to Ukraine isn't unfeasible, and the ability to train and provide the special fuel and all the jazz and the special hydraulics and whatnot that the Abrams have is obviously beneficial. Any solid main battle tank is going to work. To be honest with you, there isn't a go-kart with a gun on it would be good, like versus the Russians right now, and that's a joke. But the reality is that no one's looking at Russian armor and going, "Oh my gosh, this is the line." It's pretty crappy, and it's also we can't stress this enough. They literally don't have people to drive them and use them, or they have people that know how to use them, but very poorly. Not even just in the tactics where they just don't know how to conduct themselves in a battle space, but the proficiencies they have on their equipment is evidently very poor. And their best of the best got chopped up pretty quick with a bunch of javelins and NLAWs and RPGs at the beginning. So we're seeing story after story of Russian tankers coming out and being interrogated, and then the news reports that he's a clerk from a logistics unit from Sevastopol or wherever, and why are you in the tank? They put me in it. Well, what's your job? I'm a loggy, the logistician. What were you doing before? Like, they trained you? And I go, no, they just took me out from the CQ company quartermaster, and they put me in the tank. And these people didn't know what they're doing. I have no idea. They're like, I don't know how it works. The gun, I don't think the gun works. And this is not one or two videos. This is a shocking number. So who really cares what tanks they have? They're not using them well. The 90s, I think everyone's pretty shocked. But what the Ukrainians get and what they do with the tanks and how they outfit and retrofit their their tanks with certain types of armor. We had an armored officer here saying that his tank was hit 5 times, and he's still walking and talking. So it's shocking. The Abrams would be a great fit because there's a lot of them. The Leopards would be better. Some people feel they're a better tank. I'm not an armored person, so I don't really care or know. But the bottom line is they need a lot of them. Why? They need to integrate these tanks into their battle groups. So they need to have a solid tank that, preferably there's interoperability, that there's not, I think the worst case scenario would be having, 4 or 5 different types of tanks. That would be kind of crap, just for maintenance and where parts maintenance and fuel, even because they run on different fuels, different mixtures. But I think 300-400 tanks minimum 3, and having just a superior tank that is more reliable and has a greater weapons capability. But the truth is, they really just need them to punch through Russian lines, right? They're moving with their battle group, so they're moving with a couple of companies of infantry, mechanized infantry, and a squadron of tanks, and they want to be able to punch through and use these really custom tailored battle groups, military formations, to do the business of maneuver warfare. So I think the access to them, the feasibility of their use, the resupply, the training, these are important things. And also getting them there. Moving 500 tanks is possible. It's been done. The U.S. has done it before, but I think on balance, people are looking at Germany because it's around the corner, and there are several countries, 3 at least, that have the tanks that could get coughed up. But yeah, so I don't know if it's so important to dive real deep into all the specs. I don't know them. I'm sure you can Google them. I know the new Abrams is pretty sweet. I saw a video on that. Looks pretty awesome. But those wouldn't be the ones that the Americans would give, and the Ukrainians don't need them. They just need a solid tank. The Russians, no matter how good the T-90 is or isn't, I have a feeling it's not so good, to be honest. The fact that they have really poor training on them, the Russians, and they also don't know how to actually fight them. So not only do they not know how to use their weapon, their platform, they also don't know the basics of tactics. And I'm referring to the countless video upon video of watching Russian tanks play bumper car. You see 6 of them in a line, not 2-3 meters apart, just trying to go through a village and getting picked off by one Ukrainian tank or getting hit by javelins. These guys don't know what they're doing. So junk. So if you gave a kid, a 6-year-old, a Ferrari, I wonder why they screwed the gears up and smashed the car into a tree. So, but it's a Ferrari. Yeah, so what? It's a Ferrari. It's a child driving it. So it's very much like that. And I'm not trying to make them sound stupid, but they're just not trained. And the Russians they're not thinking this through. They're just putting people in anywhere. Like they're literally grabbing. We said this at the beginning, actually, and I feel vindicated that it came to fruition. We talked about when they were losing 20-30,000. We made the comment here in the space that the 20-30,000, this is the sharp end of the sword. These are actually their combat arms troops that they're losing. They're not losing their maintainers and their cooks and their financial clerks, their fin clerks. Musician, logistic clerk, the military police that direct traffic and assess prisoners of war. Those are all things that you would consider your secondary job, but really your first job. Now, the chances are in peacetime you'll never be a rifleman fighting in a company or a platoon attack or section attack. But I think our cooks and our clerks obviously better trained section attacks than a Russian clerk, because what we said was one
Lucy Huda?
Yes. Yehuda, can you hear us?
So just to give me a rough idea. So we're talking about like artillery, then you'd have tanks, and then kind of infantry up by the line. The tanks are like the artillery kind of firing on the front line, just trying to move them around or, you know, kind of open holes, as he said.
Sorry, what's the specific question?
Well, just kind of how it's laid out with the tanks. So I'm just kind of visualizing it. Is it artillery in the back, kind of tanks next, infantry, and is it the tanks are just kind of hitting the front lines, just trying to open holes, kind of as Yehuda was alluding to? Seems to sound like that was the target for the tanks. I'm just kind of wondering, okay, the leopards jump into the battle. Where are they going? What's their purpose? What are they shooting at?
Tanks alone on the battlefield, even in open terrain, are very vulnerable. So the key to tanks is that they have to be part of a combined arms force with the support of infantry. So the infantry help protect the tanks, and the tanks provide fire support for the infantry. And ideally, the infantry are all in infantry fighting vehicles, or at least armored personnel carriers. And most attacks are going to start off with artillery. You target enemy positions that you've located, hit those to try and do as much damage before you send in your ground forces. Break through enemy lines, and then if you can achieve that, that's when armored vehicles really shine, because they can move quickly and they can advance into enemy rear areas and start wreaking havoc on forces that are not equipped or designed to deal with an armored formation coming at them. So you start destroying enemy artillery parks, which are going to be behind front lines. You start destroying enemy surface-to-air missile batteries. You start overrunning ammunition depots and command posts, and that's the idea behind armored warfare. And so that's where the tanks come in. But alone, a tank is just it's one weapon system, and it has vulnerabilities, particularly when it's unsupported by infantry, particularly when it's not in like open environments where it has you can have better line of sight. We can see, if we go back to Mariupol, what happened when the Russians sent tanks and other armored vehicles into urban areas unsupported by infantry. They're just sitting ducks, because you're in a tank and you can't really see what's going on up around all the buildings that you're driving in between. And that just makes you very vulnerable to enemy infantry. So the tank alone, it's not a magic bullet that can solve all of Ukraine's problems, but combined with the right support, mechanized infantry and artillery and close air support and good reconnaissance, it's an effective fighting force. And we've seen the Ukrainians have a much greater capacity at executing combined arms than the Russians do. So giving them modern main battle tanks is certainly an advantage that they'll have at the tactical level, because they're just so much better than Russian tanks. And in any engagement between Ukrainian armor and Russian armor, it gives them a definite advantage, because they're more likely going to get the first shot off, and even if they don't, if they get hit, they're far more likely to survive, because Western tanks are actually like well protected and don't lose their heads like Russian tanks do. So
Thanks, Colby.
Right on.
So
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
thank you, Chris. So real quick, because I know Daniel let me get away with it, I'm going to just do some quick announcements, and we'll get to Daniel. So if everyone could please do retweet the space, it helps us out, helps us get the word to people who might not be aware of the MriyaReport. There we go, existing, and definitely helps us in the algorithm and all that. We are quite frequently the #1 Twitter space in the world, and we appreciate it. It's all possible because of you guys. You definitely help us keep our presence on the internet and keep the message and focus on Ukraine. So thanks so much, everyone, for doing that. Of course, we at the Maria Report support Maria Aid. So please do visit MriyaAid.org. That's their website. They are a nonprofit organization dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Things like bandages, tourniquets, body armor, night vision, thermal vision, mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, all sorts of things that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the ground right now. So we definitely appreciate everything MriyaAid.org does, and we implore you guys, please check out what they do. It's completely run by volunteers, so every penny goes directly to helping. So thanks for that, everyone. And last but not least, we do have a pretty decent panel up tonight. We got myself, we got Anna, we got Colby. Danny might answer some questions if he's so inclined. So just press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and then in the little center, there's a heart. And on the far right, you can press the raise your hand button. So with that, I believe we will go to Daniel. Daniel, go ahead.
Good morning. I have an idea. So, Ukraine has air defense systems, which most of it is S-300, some books, and very few captured pansiers, right? They have a deficit of missiles, and they know to operate and they integrate the systems in their grid very, very well. The best thing to do is to find them more missiles, even new launchers. And everyone look in wrong direction. Former Soviet republics, Finland, and Warsaw Treaty countries. I have a better idea. Why don't buy from Russians? And I mean, literally. So, where is the best place to buy? Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is an enclave. And you can put a shady Bulgarian arm dealer to buy, or just contact FSB, General, GRU, local. Give them, I don't know, $500 million, $5 billion, and say, we buy everything. Missiles, launchers, tanks, DMPs, nothing against. We have a price tag for everything. You put on the train and let them to Lithuania because they have direct connection. And also, we give you a bonus, green card to Puerto Rico. And everybody can come. You just buy Kaliningrad. Why do you need to think so normal? Because deals like this were always made. And what is the biggest weakness of Russian forces? Corruption. They love corruption. They love to take care of themselves, to save their assets. And they know they are in the deep shit. Why not buy Kaliningrad? I think it's the best idea, and I am too sorry NSA didn't think about this shit. Because I remember well in Iraq, we have pallets of Benjamins, and all the leaders, tribal leaders, were paid in cash with boxes full of Benjamins. Why don't do that to Kaliningrad? Just a simple question.
I don't know, Colby.
I have no comment on that.
Yeah, I think, I guess my only comment would be it'd be cool. But no, thanks, Daniel. I see your reasoning there. I can't quite deny the reasoning. Go ahead.
Imagine they are corrupt to the bone, okay? Very corrupt. Every officer in Russian army sell diesel, sell optics, sell engines of tanks. They sell tires, ammo. I'm pretty sure they sell even tritium. So when you have a situation like this, when you make an offer, you cannot refuse. When, Germany is very close of Kaliningrad, also Poland, also Lithuania. You can say, okay, all your squad can come with the train because they have direct train connection. They need to load on train by everyone, then no problem. All amnesty for them. It's something very, very easy to do because they do it in Iraq. That I'm stunned they didn't try. And it's the opportunity now because Russia is in deep shit and they know.
Um, Thank you, Daniel. You do have a point. They they struggle, um, and hopefully they will continue to struggle further. Um, uh, One of your points is that they have a deep-seated corruption, and yes, we saw that. We actually this is in the benefit of Ukraine. It's true. The fact that they sell their own assets, their soldiers don't have what they need, and therefore they either buy themselves jackets and what they can find, um, or they go without. Um, I will go to Colby, has his hand up, um, because I think he can answer better than me. Thank you.
I mean, just as a thought experiment, there were 4 battalions of S-400 in Kaliningrad. As far as I know, they're still there, but they may not be because some units from Kaliningrad were relocated, I believe, elsewhere to fight in Ukraine. So, of all the things that are there, that's the thing that would probably make the biggest difference to the war effort right now. So, theoretically, if they could be acquired through corruption, sure, why not? But I just I don't see it. It would be hilarious if if it was that bad that through some intermediaries the West could orchestrate the sale of Russian military hardware in Kaliningrad, so that could be given to Ukraine. But I think it's a little bit too Hollywood for me.
Daniel, I will let you go next. I just want to say that Colby, you may have a point in that petty corruption at lower level is one thing, and selling them at organized level would be quite different. I have 2 more questions for you, Colby, but only if you have time and after Daniel.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me put it this way. I think even putting billions of dollars to corrupt the people from Kaliningrad is a great enterprise, even if they fail. So, first, I know how price tags on black market are for small weapons, ammunition, because all Syria, Iraq thing offer you a great image. A book system or is S300. For example, the batteries sold to Turkey were around 4 billion, if I remember well. S400. In Kaliningrad, I bet they have big depots. And buying is easy because even is a total militarized region, they know their neighbors. The only connection with Moscow is via sea or railroad. To fake the papers in a system where almost nothing in the administration is electronic, all just paper, comparing with private system where Russia is very, very on applications online. will help a lot. Second, I believe many people from there, from the grants to high-level officers, they will love to get a green card. All of them. And the best thing in this, if your corruption fails, if the operation go down, you'll start mass arresting, mass distrust, executions, and all will be good. All will have advantage. And after the Iraq example, and partially even in Afghanistan, I remember well, United States buy Taliban with money, with cash, with Benjamins. And I remember well the pallets with banknotes. So you have the precedent, you know the modus operandi. And I think Russians are very sensitive to money. And I hope I don't break the system thinking a bit out of the box.
It is actually interesting, the way you think. At least for me, and I think for all our listeners, it is clear you don't love Russians, which is a good thing. um, I think we kind of speculate right now, a bit. And I also think that some at organizational level, if some things are done, I actually have 2 points on this. One, they're not spoken of, and two, I think the Western armies, let's say, in general, and head of states and organizations at least try not to lower themselves at Russian level. So I do get your point, and Russian population and army is very corrupt, and probably money would work. But I think a straight answer and a forceful answer is the primary and main and correct approach, because it sends an answer that we are not like you, this will never work, and it's not something to be done or to be desired, you know. Because if you encourage corruption in another country, you encourage corruption in your own country, because they see it can be done. So
Anda, US Army in Iraq had money and paid all the tribal leaders. Every month they come to the base and they took the money. The bags were trash bags full of money. It was a very simple solution. You don't send patrols and then killed with IEDs. Just pay the tribal leaders. And it worked. And believe me, they don't have problems with the stomach about corruption. Why not? Corruption is a weapon. Use it. And put it this way, I bet they have connections and they can see every email, every message Russian army sends one to another. It's very easy to tap. It's very easy to send some images with mountains of money with papers ready to be completed by them in Lithuania and flown by a private jet in Bermuda. These things are working very well. And even if they fail, you have good results because they will die. And it is good because less Russian, less trust one another, less cohesion is again a good result, even if this operation will fail. And I don't think it's a crazy idea. I think it's a very good idea.
Of course you do. It's yours. Okay. We we're gonna go to living life, and we will come back to this later. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you. This is kind of a question, especially for Colby. You spoke quite at length to how the Russian forces have kind of burned out their premier forces in the first salvo. And I'm just wondering if that's the case, why is the South, obviously, the East fell fairly quickly to a degree. And it seems to be that the South is having a longer time. So I'm not sure, our forces have not been called up that are formidable, not formidable, but capable of doing the job. And why hasn't that southern front been crushed?
So I think it's a few things, right? So part of it, in terms of the southern front, is terrain. The terrain's a bit different than other areas. There's a lot of irrigation ditches. It's relatively flat ground. It makes it a little bit difficult to advance for Ukrainian forces. Russia, I believe, has sort of also, I should say, I believe Russia has taken a lot of troops from other areas and thrown them into the southern front, basically. So that is the area where I wouldn't say they're, strong, but they've got, I would say enough manpower. That was the priority, because they assumed Ukraine would be pushing there. So, they're dug in fairly well. The terrain sort of favors defense, and Russia has a reasonable number of forces there. The thing is, I mean, it's not going to stop Ukraine. It just means that they're attacking in a different way. They're attacking more slowly. They're attacking more methodically and systematically, right? They're blowing up ammunition depots every day, about 2. They're blowing up HQs, like command posts, every day, about 1. So, every day there's 3 booms. Russia gets a little bit weaker in the south. We've seen them systematically take apart bridges and use the rivers around them to kind of isolate and push Russian forces. They just took quite a large, area of land already. Quite frankly, it was about half the size of the Kharkiv offensive, which doesn't sound like a ton, but it's quite a big area. So they are consolidating that. It's probably going to take a little bit of time. So I would say that, like, the South, I think we need to not look at the South as going slow. We need to just stop looking at it relative to what's going on in the northern areas. It's an attack that's happening. It's just happening and playing out like differently, I think, is maybe a way to think about it. It's going to require a different strategy. That strategy might involve a little bit more time, like time divided by ground taken, I guess. But the end result is the same. And quite frankly, there's a lot of Russian soldiers down there that are being isolated and picked apart and starved of supplies, and their lives have been made very difficult. So, I mean, they're stuck down there. There's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do to meaningfully resist Ukraine pushing them in the south. But at the same time, it's become the focus of the Russian war effort. So, I think that at the end of the day, like the situation favors Ukraine. It's just going to take a little bit longer. So does that make sense, Living Life?
It does. So I assume by what you're saying, it makes sense to keep that middle middle road on the Kerch Bridge open as well?
Well, so we're talking about, sorry, I thought we were talking about Kherson. Why is like the Kherson, counteroffensive not progressing as quickly as Kharkiv? But you're talking more about Crimea?
Well, I'm just talking about the South in general. So if you're talking about, all the South, including Crimea, then you would keep that middle lane open.
Yeah, like
for
hurting
exit.
the Kerch Bridge. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, hurting the Kerch Bridge has hurt Russia's ability to supply the South in general. That was like a relatively safe route for them compared to other routes, which have been under increasing pressure from Ukrainian standoff weaponry. So yeah, I think the fact that now the Kerch Bridge no longer has good capacity. I mean, like as Colby points out, right? They lost half of the track, right? So there were 2 tracks, now they only have 1, but that means you no longer have a continuous loop. You can't send trains one way and back the other. So now you're kind of stuck. So you're probably at like 30% or less capacity because now everything's got to kind of go one way or the other. So ultimately that means that, their logistics have been hurt quite badly in the South. I wouldn't say like fatally hurt, but it's a huge blow to Russia. Like, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to know reliably that any supplies are coming at this point. I think they're still sending a lot of stuff, but a lot of it winds up being blown up. And up until now, the stuff going that way was a little bit safer and they could maybe count on it a little bit more. And now I would say they kind of can't. So that's like my hot take. Colby, anything you want to say about what does the Kerch Bridge mean for the Southern Front in general?
Further constraints to Russian logistics. They already have a pretty tenuous supply situation, so that's obviously made it a lot worse. As far as the one lane, road lane still operating, I've made the point that I think it's in Ukraine's interest for there to be an escape route for Russian civilians because it's good for Ukraine if those people just leave and they don't, and then Ukraine doesn't have to deal with them when they attempt to retake Crimea. It's to their advantage if a lot of the Russian civilian population who are there illegally depart back to wherever they came from. So it's if the bridge was just completely destroyed, some of those people might not or opt to leave, or I don't know. I guess they would just there'd be longer lines for the ferry, but I think that everything the Ukrainian general staff has done, the way that they're running the war, it all seems very, very deliberate and very calculated, and it's been very, very impressive, quite frankly, what they've been able to do. So I trust their judgment, and I would just say it would be a mistake for them to rush into things, and I get that people might not see a whole lot of progress in the map sometimes, and it might feel like things are slowing down. And obviously, we all want the war to be over as soon as possible. But I think it would be a mistake for them to rush things and then have a setback because they weren't as cautious as they should have been. And I think that they've been striking the right balance between maintaining the tempo and not overextending themselves.
Thanks, Colby. Living Life, you have any follow-up? Go ahead.
So just quick follow-up on that. Do you think that the rail bridge, obviously I believe you think it has, quite a significant impact, but is it enough to see like significant territorial losses by the Russians in the South, say in like 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks?
Hard to say specifically. I would say probably not. I think a lot of what Russia has is sort of in part there. I mean, there's probably things they need there immediately, but like they have depots of stuff. Obviously, that stuff is getting blown up by Ukraine, but once the tap is turned off, it's going to take a while for that effect, that cumulative effect to show. It will show, right? Like that's what we've seen with HIMARS. Like it took, I don't know, a few. What Colby, like when did so for a while, right? We kept talking about this 60,000 shells a day, but then HIMARS came into play. They started blowing up the ammo depots. After maybe a month, Colby, we started seeing the fire rates drop significantly. Would you say?
Yeah, there's been a pretty significant decline in the amount of rounds that Russian artillery have been expending. I don't have the numbers offhand, but it's been a significant decrease.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I think there was like kind of a lag, right? Like, it didn't happen. It wasn't like HIMARS showed up and then the next day, like, the artillery was silent. But yeah, so I think maybe a month, and then the situation starts getting bad, and then maybe another month and things get, I would say, impossible, and we might see a full collapse. But I have no clue. Like, I mean, we've got, maybe I would say, conflicting accounts of kind of the state of Russian forces, like in Kherson and around Kherson, right? I think overall it seems pretty clear that they are suffering quite a bit in terms of their lack of supply, their lack of leadership, their lack of equipment, and so forth. But in terms of like, are they on the verge of collapse? Are they running out of food? I think all that's a little bit hard to say, like in terms of exactly. Oh, so we have Yehuda up. I think Yehuda is probably a much greater authority on this than me. So, is there anything you want to say about the South, Yehuda, in terms of like a timeline?
The South, like the United States South, or I'm just kidding. I
No,
just
like
came in. I have no
Kherson.
idea what you're talking about, Willis.
So we're just talking like long term, right? The Kerch Bridge is now quite significantly damaged to the point where it's a significant logistical hurdle for Russia, on top of the existing massive logistical hurdles in the south. So, like, do you think that in terms of a direct impact, do you think that'll have a significant change in the timeline of Ukraine's ability to make the map change, or do you think that it's just a kind of a bigger picture thing and it won't really we won't see it on the map, if that makes sense?
No, I think it's a huge issue for several reasons. One, the rail lines are toast, or more like melted chocolate, because the rails are melted. That's why I said that. And the bridge, apparently they're only letting light vehicles go across. They're not letting buses or trucks, which is a good idea. It's dumb to even let the cars go across, but in Russia, I don't think they have like I don't think any organization in Russia has a safety department. I'm just pretty sure of it. I don't think they have like worker like standards, or like after the Kerch Bridge got hit, you literally, like, everyone and their uncle was just taking videos of them just driving right out. Hey, Sergey, look at this, there's a big hole in this bridge. That's so weird. The cops are with them. Yeah, look at that hole. Getting close. One of them's writing notes. Big hole. There's a big hole here. How big is it? It's like, I don't know, 82 vodka bottles long by 34 vodka bottles wide. And that's, it's a unit of measurement in Russia. A lot of people don't know. And so in any normal country, you'd have the police like cordon off the bridge. You have, here it's like it's a tourist attraction. So if they can't move supplies over the Kerch Bridge, which I suspect they can't, what I mean by that, well, the rail line is certainly not going to work. That looks like lava had flown over them, and that's where their fuel and their tanks and the trucks go through. So if they can't let a 20-ton truck cross the bridge, they're not going to let heavier vehicles with tanks on them cross the bridge. So that's a good thing. So that really, really affects. If they'd only hit one lane and of the roadway, and the other part they were cool with, then you could just say that they do it by truck, but they're not. And I suspect they're going to stop traffic as well once they start doing assessment. Even though the other second, the opposite direction of travel on that roadway is open. Is it really safe? Has it been dislodged somehow? Do they need to reinforce something? Do they need to replace it? Those are all really important things. And either way, if they can only move light vehicles, then they might just have to deal with moving stuff through the land bridge that they still temporarily occupy in Ukraine. it's really bad news for them. It also means that everything they move is even in closer proximity to Ukrainian forces. So they won't need to use special super secret weapons that rhyme with the TACMs on those resupply chains because they'll just be able to hit them with other artillery. So it is definitely going to have a huge impact. It's also the reason why Putin's really angry. When it comes to the rail line, that's the really important one, because that's how you get stuff en masse over, especially their fuel. So I suspect, and I'm in good company. There are a lot of really intelligent generals, logistics generals even, who've been interviewed recently about this just today, and they're thinking days or very short weeks away. The Russians won't be able to function, certainly not the way they were functioning, and that wasn't even very good. So yeah.
So why would those east-west rail lines not have already been hit as well?
I don't know. It's a question people ask Thomas. Thomas the engine. People ask him why. I don't know. Maybe I personally thought that. See, I don't see. There are a lot of factors that I don't know, obviously, and one of them is the frequency of rail traffic on the line. Is there a train every 15, 20 minutes? Is there a train every day? Is there a train every hour? I suspect the Ukrainians knew. Could they have timed it? Why not? If they had good enough. Can you mute there? Sorry. Can you mute there for a sec? Thanks. The Ukrainians would obviously know. It's not a hard thing to find out the train schedule. In fact, someone posted it online. But that's a passenger train probably. But as far as the supplies, I'm sure they knew, and they probably knew that if they hit something hard enough that it would do something, or it was just a fluke, or it was just a coincidence, or maybe they were going to hit it later, but now that they see that it's damaged, they're not going to. A lot of things we don't know. But I suspect the hitting of the Kerch Bridge was not necessarily initially to cut off their supply through the bridge, but it was a symbolic note saying, and as the Ukrainians are escalating slowly in some cases, it was their way of saying, we can hit you, and look, we hit this one piece right here. We can do a lot more. Maybe it's time to go away. So the answer is I don't know, but I suspect that it's obviously can hit the rail. Why would you waste another ATACMS or whatever magical weapon they used to blow it up if it's not usable anyway? So, but the point was received because Putin went bananas. So would it have made a difference if they blew up the full like cross section of the bridge? Maybe it would have gone more bananas. Maybe it would have spent $2 billion instead of $750 million on weapons to kill children today. We'll never know. But either way, we also don't know if hitting the bridge was step one, because the Ukrainians have incrementally hit other bridges, and they haven't just Antonovsky Bridge. Parts of it were available for quite a while, and eventually it was gone, or the parts that you need to cross on. So in this case, it could have been the same thing. They could have been planning on hitting the rail later, and now they may not have to. So that's the only answer I have for you.
I think it's quite a thorough answer. So with that, we'll go to Dan. Dan, go ahead.
Dan, record man.
So yeah, the gentleman up just previously was asking why the South was taking so much longer, and people said this, but I don't think they quite emphasized it enough. The Ukrainians intentionally drew the better part of Russia's more effective forces into the south and towards Kherson, where the Ukrainians have the best possible supply lines and the Russians have the worst ones. And they've just been systematically HIMARSing them ever since. And the Russians, because Putin is just completely hung up on not giving up Kherson, moved an irrational amount of forces out of Kharkiv and northern Luhansk, and Ukrainian general staff went, "Oh, that looks nice," and were able to, the Russians up there were so thin that they just, when the Ukrainians busted their line, they just, it took them several thousand square kilometers of lost territory to reestablish another one. I mean, it was, what's happening is exactly what the Ukrainian general staff expected to happen, is what I'm trying to say. Tyner or Steiner, the Italian artillery guy whose name I can't say, he brought this up pretty strongly, that the Ukrainians are fighting the battle they want to fight in Kherson. That they have an artillery advantage there, and they're just systematically using it.
Yeah, I would disagree with part of that assessment. This wasn't the plan. The Ukrainians don't know in advance what units were going to be moved, and it kind of almost sounds like Kherson, you're saying, was a feint, and it wasn't. Kherson was. Okay.
I'm not saying it was a feint, but I'm saying that Kherson was the only offense, going to be the only place they conducted a counteroffensive was a feint. I firmly believe about 2 months ago now, there was a lot of press about both an interplay between the U.S. and Ukraine, where the Ukrainians said, "Oh, we want to launch this huge broad front attack," and the U.S. is like, "No, no, no. You only have so much of this and so much of that. Do Kherson only." And I think most of the world and the Russians believe that and moved to reinforce Kherson. And the Ukrainians watched what they moved to Kherson and watched where they moved it out of Kharkiv and said, "Well, we'll do some things in Kherson at a deliberate pace, and why don't we just go take the entirety of Kharkiv Oblast back, because the Russians have about emptied it." I don't know what point in the process they figured out that they could do that, but I mean, at some point, someone realized that that was an opportunity, and that attack was not put together in a week.
Yeah. So my take on it would be this. So Kherson is the obvious first objective, just because there's the Black Sea to the south, their lines are tight, and it would. There also was a good size amount, about 6,000-7,000 troops on the wrong side of the Dnipro right away from when the Russians last left. There's also bridges. The Ukrainians knew that they could fight the deep battle very well there. Having said that, they talked about it. Could have been to mess with them. So a psychological operation, kept announcing that that's where they were going to go. And sorry, your mic's hot there. And when they did that, the Russians did, move around forces. I don't think the Ukrainians knew how many or if it would make a big deal, but they were going to attack on all fronts. The plans were there. Kharkiv was one of the fronts they were going to attack. They were waiting for force postures and people to be in there. Obviously, they can be hit from different areas in Kharkiv, through Belarus, through Belgorod, through Donetsk, the Donbass, possibly. So what's interesting is that when they took Balaklia, that's when I think the trigger was. When they took Balaklia and realized that there was no defense in depth, and in fact, the Russians who had been manning that area all the way down to Kupiansk had been relocated. I don't think they knew. They obviously didn't know who the Russians were going to send, and what forces, and where and the fact. Another thing is the fact that the Russians didn't reorient their defense. So in other words, they just left gaps in them. They didn't have those other brigades shift to fill in where the brigades that were left had been. So at that point, I think that's when we saw the Kherson effect counteroffensive didn't stall. They paused it. They moved HIMARS, they moved artillery, they moved other assets up to Kharkiv to exploit it, because then there was a bit of a pause in Kharkiv near Balaklia, and then boom, I think 2-3 days later, they're off and running. They pushed all the way to Kupiansk. So in this regard, we see that they were moving on the fly. They adapted their plan. They operationally paused actions in Kherson, and it wasn't exactly then a lot of those Russians were still in transit, getting to the Dnipro to get to the wrong side of the Dnipro River, and that's possibly one of the reasons why the Ukrainians didn't totally take out the bridges, because they realized, holy cow, these dummies are actually moving these guys across the Dnipro. Okay, bring them on. That means more of them we can kill in one area. So at that point, they realized, and when they started taking advantage in Kharkiv, they had to exploit it. So it was fortuitous. It was great planning with a bit of luck, and I don't think they really cared too much of who was going down there. The fact that a lot of LNR and DNR forces were left in Kharkiv was obviously a stupid move for the Russians. But as you see the Russians making a mistake, Ukrainians thought, well, hey, let's wait till whoever they plan on sending here, just keep sending them, and then when they're there, we'll reserve demo the bridge or whatever. We'll conduct fire missions on the bridge and destroy it. Rather, that's when they did it. So now there's about 25,000, or were before the taking off the north half of Kherson Oblast off of them. So yes, I agree. They're very good. They're very deliberate. The planning is awesome. They are dictating the rules of engagement. They're dictating operational tempo. I don't think that they particularly knew that other part. Excuse me 1 second, please.
Yeah, thanks, you. So Dan dropped down, but yeah, I always appreciate Dan coming up and kind of giving some broad analysis, and I think Yehuda gave a very thorough answer, or very he explained kind of the reasoning, right? I think it's a very subtle nuance, but I think it's maybe an important one, right? We have to kind of consider the I don't know, the enemy has the enemy has a vote. I don't know how else to say it. Colonel Spencer is always saying that, right? The enemy has a vote. So anyway, thanks very much. We can go to Regender next.
Hey, thanks for this information space. It's kind of addicting, and the bad thing is hell on my phone batteries. I've had to charge my phone batteries 3 times a day instead of once. But my question is for you, Huda. So I know the the Kerch Strait Bridge was hit, but I think the way it was hit, whether deliberately or by luck, was allowed Putin to carry on his charade that, oh no, it's a truck bomb, it's not HIMARS, so I don't have to escalate. Is it prudent to continue on that path and not hit that bridge, but or next time you hit it, you give them still a choice of, hey, it could be smoking action, it could be this, it could be that, or is it better to really cause chaos and just hit it when there's no way it can be anything else but a missile strike, whether it be HIMARS or GRIM or modified GRIM or whatever it may be, and then basically Putin can't play his little game and say, oh no, you haven't crossed the red line, and now he's kind of exposed, like the emperor has no clothes, and you can't. He says he would escalate, but he can't. He doesn't have anything to escalate with, and then maybe the war gets shorter, essentially cause a full, and hit the rail bridge, so cause a full panic in Crimea, get them out of there, and essentially the Russians just run away because they know that they're never going to win this war. I don't know. That's a good idea, or is it better to just take it methodically and let Putin hang himself over time?
So yeah, just I might have to drop off again, but just baby stuff. So if they've already achieved their end state, their desired, their intent to limit the ability to resupply, say, diesel, fuel, tanks, artillery pieces by a melted bridge, and the roadway not being able to carry trucks. Give me 1 second, please. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Crying babies. If that's the case, then I don't see them needing to hit it again, frankly, right? If the Russians can't move what they've been moving through it, it's not worth the missile. So if they did it again, if the Russians want to play this game that they want to pretend they don't know what it is, I think the Ukrainians will continue to be to be happy to entertain the notion, right? That's why you see these silly posts from the Washington Post and New York Times, where they obviously got snookered. They wanted a big story. Do you think the Ukrainian government really cares if the Washington Post or New York Times gets to report it first? But the reporters do, right? Hey, I'm calling you up just so you know that thing, that was a truck bomb, or that was special forces. Just so you know, we want you to get a Pulitzer. So we're just going to tell you all about it. I think those reporters, they got duped, or maybe they were in on it. Maybe they wanted to be the ones to help share the story. But yeah, I'm not sure it's worth hitting again if it's actually not effective. And it might be that ability for those people to flee and drive back to Russia. Just take what you can fit in your little car. Trucks aren't allowed. So yeah, there's a lot of what ifs there, Rajendra. I don't know. Was there another part of the question that I didn't address?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I thought I missed a part of it. Anyway, but yeah, they definitely are going to milk the illusion for many reasons. They don't need to brag. They just need to have the result, right? So, result achieved. Go for poli-sci.
Yeah, just brief question. Do we know what the Wagner group is doing in Bakhmut? I saw that it wasn't understood what their mission was, that there was a quote unquote treasure that they were after for personal gain, but it seems like an illogical target. And do we have any other further explanation for their actions?
No, I actually just want to go back to Dan for a second. I hope Dan didn't leave because I didn't fully agree with his assessment. If I sounded snarky, I don't know. I'm just tired. But
No, no, I think it
definitely,
was like a good answer.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, the parts are all fine. It's just that I just don't want to, create a legend where there's none, that they knew, like, the best soldiers from Kharkiv. I think they got lucky. I think, the Russians got stupid. And the bottom line is the situation is still the same. They exploited something in the north, and they circled back to Kherson to take the northern AO, and they'll do it methodically. But everything else is accurate, right? The fact that they moved those troops over. Anyway, so as for your question, poli-sci Bakhmut, the Russians obviously consider Bakhmut to be vital ground or key terrain for them. For them, it's obviously really important. I don't know exactly why they think so, because a smarter person would see that and go, okay, we've bashed our heads against a wall here for a very long time, so it's not working. Let's do what the Ukrainians are doing to us. Let's fix them here and flank them somewhere else. That would be the smart move. Possibly, it could be related to their desire to keep Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and they feel that the Ukrainians are too close because it's not that far away, that they want to push them out so they can, or maybe they have some ridiculous order from Putin that says, Bakhmut's the next city, I want it, or I want the city after it. I want all of this and all of that, blast, and you will take it. And it's not even, if you look at the terrain, it's not even like the easiest way to get to the west. So it's pretty weird. So I can't. The Russians do things probably on a daily basis that I struggle to understand the purpose. But they're very interested in symbolic things. Get this, get that, right? The Ukrainians obviously weren't. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I assume it was a Putin order because he's committing his mercenaries to an area that doesn't appear to be any strategic or logical benefit to him. So he's spending all this money to capture a city that he can't capture.
Well, that's the thing, that he thinks he can, right? So he thinks that if you throw enough money and troops at it, he'll get it. there could be, it could be he wants to say he has all of Donetsk. He wants to say that he has, completed, the takeover of that oblast, right? So, at any rate, it also could be a bit of it could be that a lot of he's short on troops. And the Ukrainians have gotten very good at being in a position and allowing them to get attrited. So meaning degraded. So they might very well see like why didn't they cut the bridges in Kherson sooner? Well, now we realize the Russians were kept reinforcing. So they're carrying say, okay, keep going there because we're going to trick you there. After the fact, then they cut it off when they realized no more were coming. So when it comes to Bakhmut, the Russians are really adamant that they insist that they're going west. Like they might have a big plan at one point that said we're going to move here, and we're going to have a referendum, and we're going to be in charge of the entire oblast so we can get away with it, right? And we see that. That's why they accelerated their referendum. So in that regard, it could just be a very, arrogant, poorly planned idea of where they think they need to be. So their plan, the Ukrainians' plan isn't their plan, and vice versa. So, Ukrainians, I'm sure, didn't want to lose Severodonetsk unless a chance, but you saw Ukraine go back and forth in Severodonetsk a couple times, ambushing the Russians. They wanted to attrit them. The Russians lost an entire brigade there, plus 100 tanks, 200 tanks, and 24 helicopters. And then the Ukrainians said, obviously don't want to lose territory, but they realized the perfect terrain for them to move back and forth and let the Russians lose a lot of things. So the Russians don't work like that, though. They're wed. They're married to their crappy plans. They're really married to them. They're like, no, this crappy plan will work if only we keep killing ourselves there. So definitely there's something there. We'll find out one day if there is anyone left alive in the Russian army to tell the PBS documentary crew. Who knows? At this rate, I doubt it. But maybe someone wrote it down. Yeah, there are obviously certain strategic goals that they think and political goals that they had with regards to Bakhmut, and I suspect it has to do with capturing the oblast.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. There's solid evidence that the Russians don't know how to change orders on the fly, and they got an order and they're just gonna commit to completing it. But I also saw that they were capturing historical treasures is the word, I guess. And I couldn't find it myself. I was just wondering what's in Bakhmut that makes it so fucking expensive to commit that many soldiers or mercenaries to that fight.
I don't know. It's probably just some weird social media stuff, to be honest. I mean, a lot of this is, first off, probably, if I had to guess in context, probably Bakhmut itself is the treasure they're referring to. So it's a symbolic city, right? I mean, Wagner's been trying to take it for a long time. I don't want to get too deep into the Kremlinology here, but Pirozhin, the guy who runs Wagner, there's speculation. I don't want to feed too deeply into it, but I think it's fairly credible based on the fact that there are videos coming out from his guys, and they seem to be trying to push a certain narrative that basically they need to give Wagner more power. They need to give him personally more influence in what's going on the ground. And part of that for him is the prize of Bakhmut, showing the regime that he can take it, and that he sort of deserves that, right? So I think it seems to me that like what you're talking about probably feeds into that whole deal. But again, I mean, this is kind of just I don't know, it's just speculation about like what his motives are, why these recent videos have been coming out from Wagner Telegram accounts that are like, conscripts that are really seem to be paid Wagner, people in mass going, oh, gee whiz, like it's real bad up here. I sure wish someone real smart like that Wagner guy could take over and really turn things around, like just stuff like that, right? But I think unless Yehuda had something you wanted to add, we'll go to Constantine now. Yehuda?
No, I have nothing to add. No, there's obsession with Bakhmut.
Okay, one last thing, if I may.
Sure.
Well, real quick, let's go to Constantine because he might have something specific to answer to your previous question. Constantine.
Yeah, I wanted to address the question regarding why Bakhmut is so important. It was a initial plan to encircle through the Bakhmut, Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, and cut off the entire Luhansk region. And that direction was somewhat successful, and they just for a dictator he cannot stop. That's the reason. Like it worked there, and he still believes that it can be something of a plan that will work. There is absolutely no chance, for him taking Bakhmut. Absolutely zero. Like they've been doing this for I don't know, for 3 months,
3 months.
and they managed to get I don't know 3 villages, destroying them absolutely without leaving anything alive. And if they think they can take entire city of Bakhmut, that's just total nonsense. They will wait, and it's gonna our forces gonna much faster go around through Luhansk and cut off Lugansk than they're gonna take Bakhmut, because it's like it doesn't work. But their idea is that they tried to cut our forces through Bakhmut. That was the expectation, and they just do not give up because someone of their Wagner, I don't know who's the guy, Prigozhin, is saying, no, I'm gonna get it. No, I'm gonna get it. Just give me time. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And he keeps repeating that. That's how it's happening. It has no. It's lost its Bakhmut lost its military strategic value at this moment. It would be much better to redirect those forces to hold I don't know river of Oskil, for example. But it was not done because someone like Prigozhin is saying, no, I'm gonna do this. Is gonna happen. And Putin, because he is it's all built on his friends, corruption, and an inner circle. They keep believing, and when it does not happen, he says, well, it's not my fault, it's fault of this guy, let's get rid of him. And then you see in the news someone gets removed in Russian command. And just it works like this. You should not seek military and strategical or tactical value for Russian actions. It mostly it lies more in political how you say this, in political spectrum, not in military or strategical or tactical spectrum. So yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and I misspoke when I said Donetsk. I meant Luhansk Oblast. So the idea is to take all of Luhansk. And as you can see, the reason why Bakhmut is not important anymore is because the Ukrainians are already behind them, maybe 100 kilometers. So if you look at from the Oskil and Kremina and where the Ukrainians are going to end up popping, not 100, sorry, 50. If you look at the map, they're well around them. And that's why we're talking about them going to Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. If the Russians were smart, which they're not, thankfully, all of those troops in the Bakhmut pocket, they'd be in Severodonetsk right now. They would withdraw from the stupid plan, and they'd get in line with the rest of their defensive positions, because right now they're like an ugly little pimple sticking out on a face, and they're gonna get cut off as well. So, I mean, Ukrainians must love it. Ukrainian high command, they must be in heaven watching the Russians still convinced they're gonna magically get Bakhmut and everything will be wonderful, right, Konstantin?
Yeah, they're not gonna do that. That's it's not gonna
Well,
be
they're not.
wonderful. It's not, even if they could do that, it would not be wonderful. But they cannot even
No,
do that. Yeah.
but I mean, it's wonderful. It's wonderful for the Ukrainians that so much Russian resource is being spent on such a stupid idea. It's
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
like they literally could redirect one of their combat effective forces that are fighting in Bakhmut right now to hold the river of Oskil, to
Yeah.
hold advances, but they did not. They thought, no, we're gonna push there. It's because someone just said, no, let's not do this, let me push it, and we're gonna take it. It was, trust me, it was just someone's friend saying, it was probably Prigozhin saying, we're gonna take it and just fuck it. I'm sorry for he just said, we're gonna do this, and let's just ignore everything else and pretend everything else does not exist. It's like a kid, messing something up and going to sleep thinking that no one will remember this and what happened in the morning.
Until you throw the kid out the window. Just kidding. Don't do that. But yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. There's about there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4. There are about 7 BTGs forming part of the front line in Bakhmut, including PMC Wagner there, and an artillery regiment. And they're in the wrong place. They just shouldn't be there. And maybe they're just so committed that they don't have the they're too embarrassed. I think, pardon me, a lot of this has to do with not wanting to be not wanting to lose credibility. But the truth is, they've already lost their credibility. They just don't care. That's what happens when you just don't care about your troops. Your troops are expendable. They're garbage to you. And that's exactly what these people, how they look at it. Give me 2,000 criminals. Give me the criminals. We'll just see what. Maybe it's gonna be like a Hollywood movie, like Sparta in 100 years. But oh my God, when the 2,000 rapists and murderers came out and won the day, they just horrible. Like none of it makes sense, and it's kind of pathetic, to be honest with you. Thanks, Constantine. All right. Any other questions? Question. That's French. I don't have a question in French.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Poli Sci had one more question.
Go ahead, Poli Sci, history guy. That rhymes.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah. So, okay. Why would Wagner willingly lose 4 commanders to Bakhmut if it's not just a save face? It can't just be save face. There's too much money into Bakhmut. That's not my only question, but why would that warrant so much money? That's my primary question.
I'll tell you, buddy. I studied Russians for 2 years. I often encounter questions like that. They'll drive you crazy. I mean, just don't ask. I mean, we gave you the best answer we could, I think, Yehuda.
Yeah, look, they have it in their head they're going to take it, and they don't want to lose, and they're dumb, and they don't know how to change a bad plan, and they'd have to move alongside 6 other battle group BTGs plus an artillery regiment, 2 actually, away from that front line. It also technically would open up another front to Donetsk. And so that's another, when you look at the map there, they probably feel that that's the well, it's not they feel it. If the Ukrainians were instead of being in Bakhmut, were 25 kilometers to the east, they'd be on the approaches to Lysychansk, and they'd also be able to flank Donetsk from the north, Donetsk city. So yeah, so they have reasons to want to be there. I really wouldn't overthink about the people's lives. They don't care about their soldiers' lives. That's the best we're gonna get, I think.
And
One
another thing I
one
wanna say, there is no money. There is no money.
Yeah, what
You know,
money?
it's not about the money. You know, the point where it was about the money has already passed. It's far in the past. It's you know, it may be some kind of propaganda, you know, pinch that keeps talking that this war has to do anything with the money. It has absolutely nothing to do with the money, and neither for Wagner nor for anyone at this moment. The point where, you know, someone was counting cash and how much he's gonna get into his pocket, it has already passed. It's not about that.
Yeah, I think like ultimately for me, it's like, you know, taking Odessa is a good idea, but their plan was literally one sentence: take Odessa. It seems to be the same for Bakhmut. Like the idea of taking it on paper itself is a good one. They seem to have no like realistic adult plan to like actually, you know, see it through step by step, right? That seems to be the logic level we're operating on. I mean, maybe I'm incorrect about that, but Yehuda, I mean, would you say that's roughly correct?
No, it's like Risk. It's like playing the board game Risk online. I don't know if anyone's ever played it. It's like you basically you put all your troops in one of these like parts of the world, and you attack another part, and you just keep rolling the dice until you take that over, and you just have unlimited dice. If you're the Russians, you just don't care about your people. There's no strategy here. It's just let's put a lot of something somewhere, and eventually one of it's gonna stick somehow, right? But the only thing is the Ukrainians aren't messing up, and they keep pushing through, and they keep winning. And the Russians are like it's literally that. It's. I almost feel bad. I feel like some people think I'm tricking them or we're tricking them, but it literally is that bad. There's no 4D chess. It's just really bad. Like they have their tactics are World War One tactics. You know, throw people over the top. We'll get there eventually. There's no common sense here. All of the troops in Kherson, they should have never been on that side of the Dnipro. When the bridges weren't destroyed, they should have been moving over them back to the right side, or the left bank, which is the eastern side. With the troops, all of those troops in Bakhmut, they should be back. They should be way back. There's no reason for them to be where they are. So, you know, and then people come here and ask. I bet you, you know, not even the Russians know why they're there. Just a bad idea. So, I think we beat that one to death. Rest in peace, Bakhmut story. Let's grab another question.
Yep, let's maybe go to a Polymath Bull. I saw you up. I don't know if your hand is raised, but if you had anything you wanted to ask, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just eating something, so give me a second here. Yeah, actually, Yehuda, you've been commenting for months about the garbage tactics of the Russians, and I'm just curious if there's anything that you've seen that's actually impressed you. Just kind of an oddball, interesting question.
I don't know.
On their
Maybe
part.
their masochism.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only thing that I've seen them conduct properly is their withdrawal from the north of Kyiv. They did a proper withdrawal, mass fires, final call for protective fire, boomity boom, 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 and then left. So the best thing I've ever seen them do is run away, which is funny. Technically, it's a withdrawal. It's not called running away, but still, it sure as hell looks like it. No, everything's just really weird. It's actually kind of surreal. But some people spend their lifetimes or, you know, months and months and months on these courses that we take in, you know, tactics schools and and staff colleges, and we're like, then this is what the Russians will do, and this is what they're gonna, or this is what the enemy opposition force will do, and we're looking at it, and then you see it in real life, and I'm like, oh wow, so that's not what they do at all. Wow, that's not even a thing. It's like we're reading a manual for something that doesn't. That's not a manual for the appliance you think it is, and that's how it feels when you learn about Russian doctrine for so long, and then see them not do it like at all, like not a little bit, just not at all. So Very weird. Very, very weird. So no, the answer is I really haven't, and I'm not trying to be funny. And I
Yeah,
don't
no,
actually. I don't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, not at all. I was just gonna throw a better question at you. I just haven't heard much in the last couple of days. What's the status of the breakthrough in the north? Have those lines of contact solidified, or is there still progress? Or I just haven't seen a map, and I was just asking if you could just give a state of play
Yeah.
where things are at.
So again, Ukrainians are tightening up their lines, moving up certain things, making sure they can defend themselves if there is a counter move from the Russians, whilst the Ukrainians are conducting their next counteroffensive. So I suspect they're getting a lot of people shook out. Maybe they'll stop there for the winter. Maybe they want 100, 200,000 newly trained other troops who will assist in the war quicker in the spring. I don't know, but definitely something's up. And it's not because the Russians have momentum or they've done something. Ukrainians on all fronts are in control. They're dictating the rules of engagement. They're dictating operational tempo. We'll just have to wait and see. So hope that helps. I have to pop off for a short bit. I have to make a quick call. I will be back, and we shall meet again.
Thank you, Yehuda. So yeah, it's always great to have Yehuda come on and answer our military questions. I think he's obviously a great resource. He's got quite a bit of information for us, and I suggest our listeners do listen closely when he speaks. Go ahead, Yehuda.
No, thank you. I was just saying that you're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you.
Shucks. Is it real quick, Yehuda? Is there anything you want to say about anything going on with MriyaAid to our listeners that maybe is like
There's a lot.
updates?
Check it out. You should pump that page there. They're doing great work, and you really got to see with the videos what they're doing. It's pretty amazing. So, let's give it some time if you can. You can go if you have some time, go to the MriyaAid Twitter. You'll see the new videos and the ones that were done recently. We're happy to work with them. These guys are amazing, guys and gals. Super amazing. All right, I gotta pop off, and I'll be back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehuda. Okay, so yeah, if we've got Yehuda hopping off, so we can maybe transition to some. Maybe we'll talk about some new developments going on recently. Of course, yesterday was a very difficult series of events in Ukraine, where a lot of civilian targets in Ukraine were hit by rockets, as well as infrastructure, power, and things like that. So it's definitely been something we've been trying to keep track of. The ongoing efforts to rescue people, the ongoing efforts to restore power and basic services to cities all over Ukraine after Russia did this. And yeah, so if anyone does have any questions or comments about the recent events that are going on in Ukraine, or you just want to come up and talk about something that you saw, you maybe had any questions about it, please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and we will do our best to answer your question. So with that, I will go to Anda, and if Anda doesn't have anything, we can go to Hans. Anda, anything you want to say right now?
Yes and no. So I've been listening to Yehuda earlier talking about MriyaAid, and it's kind of funny because I was looking at MriyaAid at exactly that point, and indeed it's the organization that I supported and tweeted about even before being a co-host here, before. So when I was just a listener, a regular listener, I regularly donated and followed them, followed their work. what they kept sending to Ukraine, their professionalism and their dedication, they really impressed me, and that's why I frequently entered the space and talked about it. And also I encouraged everyone to have to consider having a regular donation. So if you can donate $20, maybe you can consider that you will be able to do that next month also, and check the monthly donation, and this way MriyaReport will know that there are incoming money. They can foresee these money which are checked as monthly or regular donations, and they can plan better on their future acquisitions and their help for Ukraine. So thank you. I saw we had some listener, some speakers who came up to the panel and didn't speak. I kindly ask you, if you come to the panel, we accept everyone in the queue. Please raise your hand, and so we would know to address your questions or concerns, or the reason you came up. Hello, Craig. Nice to see you. Polymath, you had a question.
Oh yeah, I was just going to. I read that Estonia has officially, or I saw a tweet about it. I don't know if it's confirmed that Estonia formally declared Russia's a terrorist state, and just wanted to raise that if anyone had any confirmation on that. And then a follow up would be, is there an expected second round of attacks, missile attacks? There's probably no way of knowing, but wondering if there's any rumors or intelligence about that.
I saw in our DMs and in our newspapers that there is a possibility for this to continue, but of course we don't have inside knowledge, and it would be how to say this, making things up if I will tell you for sure yes or for sure no. So we don't know. There are some possibilities. There are some newspapers who printed this or who uploaded on the internet this possibility, but I think at the higher level in Ukrainian army, they have more intelligence than us, and more information, and better a better understanding what is best to do and how to better approach, as Yehuda explained earlier about the the air defense, how and air defense chooses or not what to shoot down. So yeah. Craig, hello and welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thanks for bringing me up. I guess I'm going to be the bearer of bad news, but there was reported 3 more probably cruise missile strikes in Zaporizhia about an hour ago. Images are just starting to come out of the strikes. So it looks like this isn't the end of what the Russians are doing. Plus it seems like they've hit a significant number of power infrastructure, which might make, I could be totally making it up. I would say that it might make stopping more than harder. I doubt that's true. Actually, usually systems have backup generators. But yeah, they fired some missiles into Zaporizhia last night. So the Russian attacks on cities continue.
This is the 3rd night in a row, correct, for Zaporizhia?
I believe so.
We will check on the if there are any other hits or incoming missiles. I don't usually when I'm here in the space. I don't I don't see all the messages because I try to focus on the discussion. And that's why sometimes I'm taking by surprise about what's happening live. I have a question for you. If you could help us. Sorry, someone says I'm speaking to at a lower volume and they cannot hear me. So my question was, in these cases, so we know they shall, okay, and Yehuda explained how the air defense system works, and my question actually is, what else is needed as air defense? If you can help us with this, as incoming. So I read yesterday that on a signed contract with Germany is to be I'm not being coherent. I'm sorry. So there has been a contract signed in January to send to Ukraine in October Iris-T air defense system. And yesterday, after the massive shelling, the German Ministry of Defense said they are going to send the first system in the next days, and there are 3 more to come. And I was really puzzled how they work, and if they are comparatively sorry in comparison, if they are better or if they have capabilities which the current systems they are using don't have.
Oh, was that for me?
Yes.
Secretly, it's probably to lure Colby up, but I don't think it works. So it's to you, Craig.
I study history. I have no idea how this will be better. I'm just going to assume that it's some. I would just say it's the Iris-T. Well, the claim is that it would enable them to cover basically the entire city with much more modern air defenses. It's a lot of, from what I understand, just from listening to the space and reading, a significant portion of Ukraine's air defense right now is still Soviet technology. Like a little bit of NATO stuff that's gotten in. So they're shooting down cruise missiles with 20, 30-year-old technology in some cases. So anything that's being produced now by Germany or the United States or the NAMSAM, which is another system that's being sent in, will be a significantly more effective air defense shield. I mean, no air defense is perfect. I mean, it'll just make it more effective. This is a system like this could also. I think I heard Colby in the video talking about it, and they're saying that each system has like 8 launchers that each carry battery of missiles. I could look it up some more if you were interested, but it should significantly increase the defensive capabilities for the city for us. So you basically need a system, one of these types of kind of shorter medium range air defense missile systems to defend each major city in Ukraine. Obviously, like having one city that's protected by an advanced NATO system, it's better than having no cities that's protected by it. But in the end, you pull on all of Ukraine's major cities to have this. And like I was saying, like if the systems can be overwhelmed, it's not like a 100% guarantee. If Russia decides they set up one of these systems in say Kyiv, the Russians realize it's there and they shoot 100 missiles at Kyiv, it can't stop all of them. It can definitely stop a lot of them. Plus, what the Ukrainians already have there. But if they fire like 20 or 10 at a city, the system should be able to take care of all of them much more effectively than what they have right now. So basically, just better from my understanding. It's a significant improvement over what Ukraine has currently. And here comes Colby. Me rambling got Colby up.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you. Can you add on this?
Your evil plan worked, Anda. I'm so proud.
Very devious indeed. Here I am trying to go to bed early for once, and I just I can't let you guys be up here alone. So, tweet on IRIS-T has been added to the nest. This is a German missile system designed to be an air-to-air missile, but Germany has developed a number of ground-launched systems for the missile. So they're supposed to be getting the IRIS-T SLM, which is the surface-launched medium-range variant, 40 kilometers range, 20 kilometers altitude. It's similar to NASAMS, and in fact, NASAMS is capable of firing the IRIS-T missile. So once Ukraine receives 2 NASAMS from the United States, they will also be able to utilize the IRIS-T missiles from Germany in that system. So I don't know exactly what they're going to get. Germany's promised 4 systems, but I don't know what they're counting to be a system. At minimum, if you look at the picture, you're going to have a launch unit. You're going to have a radar unit, and then you're going to have a command and control vehicle. So that's the minimum that you need to be able to use the system. But you can have more launchers than just one, typically is how these systems work. They're designed to be pretty flexible and plug and play. You can add and kind of subtract things to make the system better, link them together, so you can add another radar unit, kind of get more radar coverage, add in more launchers. So I'm not sure how many launchers they're going to get, but at minimum they should be receiving one of one of those 3 vehicles each at minimum to make the system work. So the first systems both be arriving very soon. Germany's kind of been promising this. As you can see, I tweeted this on the 1st of the month. But I think just today or yesterday, the German foreign minister or defense minister said again that the first one's going to be arriving very soon. So hopefully that's in theater soon. It's a Western system. It's newer. It's much more technologically advanced than anything Ukraine has. It is a medium range system, so it is not a long range, high altitude system. So it's not going to be able to shoot down things that are very high up or very far away. But Russia's primarily hitting Ukraine with cruise missiles and loitering munitions right now. So this is a very good system to address those threats, and presumably they'll probably use it for area defense around Kyiv or any other city that they want to protect, and find some location like a hill or something, or where they can put it, and they'll have good field of fire to intercept incoming threats, and hopefully score a higher kill rate right now than what they're achieving, because with the recent attack was only about 50%, I think, which is not ideal, but you're never going to have 100%. It's just like not possible to have an air defense system that's perfect and going to intercept everything, but they can at least get close and intercept the majority of incoming threats. So hopefully we'll see this operational soon and provide some more protection for Ukraine cities.
I just really quickly too, because people are talking about whether or not this is going to happen if another wave is coming in today. 30 to 45 minutes ago, 90% roughly of Ukraine received an air alert warning, and that there was reported launches from the Black Sea. So the answer is yes, there are missiles in the air probably now. Not aware of where they're going. The Ukraine missile alert map. Yeah, so Kiev was issued 30 minutes ago. But like Kherson was like 45 minutes ago. So the missiles are coming from the Black Sea. But nothing, no information yet about any intercepts or any impacts yet, what I understand.
Thanks, Craig. So real quick, I just wanted to announce we just got this out, so I wanted to get this in. Anda, we got Caleb Larson coming back. He's going to be here tomorrow, or I'd say for most people in the world. I live in a weird time zone, but for you, Anda, today, and for most people in the world today, at 11 a.m. New York time, we're going to have Caleb Larson back. He's a journalist based in Berlin. He's been covering mostly conflict and American foreign policy, European security, and German society. But he's in Ukraine, and he's going to be in Liman, as far as I understand, or at least covering the latest updates from Liman. There was basically there was a journalism embargo on Liman for a set length of time while the forensic people came in and documented all of the war crimes committed by Russia. And I believe, in my understanding, this is kind of what I heard. Like Caleb Larson has now gone to Liman now that this kind of journalism embargo has been lifted, and is ready to discuss what happened there. Anda, is that roughly what you heard as well in terms of Caleb coming?
Yes, and I added to the nest the tweet with the exact timing for everyone to see it. You can also like and retweet so that we can spread the word, and if someone else wants to hear first impressions from the ground, from a seasoned journalist who have had seen a lot of the horrors that happened in Ukraine. Um, Spread the word, and also try to set up your alarms or something to be here. If you cannot be here, the interview will be recorded, and you can listen to it later on Spotify. Probably tomorrow morning it will be ready. You can check our Spotify account when I use it, for example, in my car, to listen to some interviews that I couldn't attend. So yeah, great things and great speakers are coming here. We have 2 hands up. Bionade, you are next, and then Prince.
Yeah, good morning. Wanted
Good
to
morning.
add something to wanted to add something to the IOST system and the NASEM systems, which is pretty interesting, I think. Since these are all NATO standard systems, they are linked in this communication system. I don't know how the name is. So basically, you can use all these radars, which were sent and have, I think, a range of 350 kilometers. You can link all these radars and get a very, very good coverage. And you can also really better track most of the missiles incoming. I mean, sure, the Ukrainians have radars, which are also already linked, but it's all Soviet technique. It's not nothing in comparison to the modern Western technique. If you see videos, what kind of screens the Russian use, the old the old ones with the for the radar systems and everything, it's really a big difference. And these new systems really bring this interoperability and to the IRST system. I'm not sure how many vehicles usually belong to it, but usually you have more than one launcher, and it's a bigger system. So yeah, I'm really keen to see how it looks. But possibly we will not know how many batteries or something they delivered, because it's possibly quite sensitive data.
Thank you, Bionade. Prince.
Hi guys. Good morning to you, Anda, and good evening to everybody else. Or I see you, Ben. You're in the morning. Anyway, I was just checking Twitter after I got done watching, and what I have seen is that there was an attack on I cannot pronounce it. I apologize. Lady Zanika power station in Venetia region with.
Zaporizhia.
Pardon me?
Zaporizhia.
No, that wasn't Zaporizhia.
It's Vinnytsia. It's Vinnytsia.
Yeah. With 2 Shahed 136 kamikaze drones. I see also that at dawn 3 Shahed 136 drones were shot down over the Odessa region. And I see another one. I think it was Craig who mentioned missiles coming from the Black Sea. I didn't hear you mention Caspian Sea, but I wasn't paying 100% attention. But I do see another tweet saying that there were KH-101 missiles launched from strategic bomber from the Caspian Sea region. Approximate time of arrival 8 a.m. to 8:30, depending on the region. So those are the few things I bookmarked to share as I was coming up to speak. So I guess we're just waiting to see what happens next.
Thank you, Prince. So, Constantine, did you have anything you wanted to add real quick?
I wanted to say, yeah, there is information that Vinica has been hit with the drones, and those are the power station has been. And when we talk about power station, this is not only electricity power station; it's also a heating power station. It generates heat and it generates electricity. And also there was strikes on Zaporizhia, but there was no yet announcement on what was actually hit.
Yeah, I did see the Zaporizhia one. That was earlier in the evening. And yeah, I did see that too. But yeah, anyway, that's what I have at this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this up. It's really it's live news basically.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, Constantine and Prince. So real quick, I've been informed that we've got a few more guests coming tomorrow. It's actually quite a packed day. So I am happy to read the guests, but if you'd like to take it away, I will yield the floor to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. You're always a gentleman. Yes, indeed, we have two more guests in the evening for Ukraine. So at 9 p.m. in Kiev, there'll be an interview with Matt Van Dyke. He 9 p.m. in Kiev means 8 in Prague, 7 in London, and it means 2 p.m. Eastern time and 11 p.m. tomorrow, 11 a.m. tomorrow for you, Joseph. For the one on the Pacific time. So tomorrow is going to be a busy day. We also expect tomorrow Colonel Jeff Fisher. We will give you more information about him during the day. I will also add into the nest Matt Van Dyke's card, and I will kindly ask you to tweet and retweet it, so we would have people knowing about him.
On a funny story about Matthew Van Dyke, real quick. Okay, so he was following me, and I looked at him. And I was like, "He's got a blue check mark. He seems important." I was like, "Hey, this guy followed me, guys. Like, should we interview? Should I set up an interview with him?" And they were like, they kind of rolled their eyes at me and patted my head. And they were like, "Joseph, he follows all of us. Like, that's because he's coming to do an interview." I was like, "Oh, okay." So, yeah, that's usually what happens when I try to find a guest, guys. Just so you know. But I do my best. I still try, right? Like once in a while, I score a point. Back to you, Anda. Sorry.
Indeed, I totally understand what you're saying, because I was really happy when I saw he's following me. But yeah, he's
very polite of him, by the way, to follow all of us. By the way, I mean that's very good etiquette. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Paying attention to everything around. With his background of training for, the forces to fight Russia, he has this keen attention to details and an eye out for everything that is new. So yeah, Bionade, you have your hands up. Bionade. shall I say Germany in a wrong way 2 times? So usually this brings him up, or Axel. Probably he's away from his phone. Um, yeah, I was talking about Matt Van Dyke. Actually, I was following him from some months back, and I'm looking forward to listen to that interview. So it's gonna be a really 11th of October already started here, so it's noon for Australia, and here it's morning. So for me, it's gonna be a long day and a busy day, but an interesting one with all the guests coming. So I'm lucky because most of the activity that's happening in Ukraine, it's in my time zone. So usually I get to see everything before Joseph, who sleeps during my day and wakes during my evening and night. Maybe Bionade is back. If not, we will go to Prince.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm back. Just had some interruption of my connection. Yeah, wanted to talk about some news. Apparently this night, some unknown people throw some balloons and bottles filled with paint on the Russian embassy in Berlin. Yeah, good thing. And I think the Minister for Foreign Affairs from the Vice Minister of Russian Affairs said something like Russia is not interested in a conflict with USA and NATO. So that's a new statement. Yeah.
My regarding the Russian embassy, my most funny moment was when they were delivered some washing machines because they seem to love them so much. Prince?
Yeah, you were just talking to make me jealous about you get to hear it first when it happens because you have the same daytime as Ukraine, and I'm sitting here thinking I really need to go to bed, and it made me wonder, Joseph, how many hours does it take you to catch up on what happened while you sleep? I mean, I sit here with a cup of coffee for 45 minutes scrolling through Twitter and listening to the MriyaReport before I feel like I'm caught up most days.
Well, Prince, okay, so here's the thing. Back in the day, I spent a lot of time preparing for the broadcast. Lately, I've had other responsibilities involving the organization, trying to get things a little more organized around here, more or less. So that's been taking just more or less all of my time, besides when I'm on air. So I have a kind of a hard time catching up. I do my best to listen, and I'm paying attention to the chat and to the space itself, of course. And I try to help when I can and where I can. So I pick up what I can, and luckily, Ukraine's been really helping us out, right? They've been giving us lots of delicious treats like destroying the Kerch Bridge. And so it hasn't been super difficult lately to kind of stay on the ball, right? I know the Kerch Bridge blew up, and that's what people wanted to talk about. But, today, right, people want to know, well, which Alexandrivka, when that stuff starts happening lately, I just haven't been able to do it. My hope is I can get a little bit more formal time where I can sit down and really get a better idea. I think the real question for me is, how does John do it? Where does John find the time? I don't know. The boy is in university and a full-time student. He has a girlfriend who hasn't broken up with him this whole war. I mean, think about that. And he's like, guys, I couldn't even. He's like Johnny friggin' Quest. Like he's involved in groups I'm still finding out about, and it amazes me. Like, I mean, what Colby said, he really is a real smart boy, and like he's amazing. I don't know where he finds the time to do all this stuff. So that's what you should be asking. My theory is John invented a time machine, but I don't know. So that's all I got for you on that. Anyway, hats off to John as always. Don't tell him I told you all that. He'll get a big head, and then, you know, I don't know. He'll be like the next Elon Musk or something. I don't know what happens if we compliment John too much, but it can't be good. But you know, love him to death. He's a great guy. We're so lucky to have him helping out on the space, even though he's a busy boy. So we got a couple of people up. So Grey Cause, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, but please correct me if I'm wrong. If you did have anything you want to say, go ahead, buddy. You know, sometimes people they just want to listen, but they come in and it says, "What do you want to be?" And they just kind of picks, you know, just whatever. They just join, and I think they just become speaker by accident. Funny story, Newseum, who is a guy who shows up on the space a lot. We talk bridges with him. He used to do that a lot, and I would get free interviews with him that way. He would just accidentally join as a speaker, and I'd be like, "Well, you're up here already. Like, can you talk to me about the Antonovsky Bridge for a while?" Because it was like back in April, and that's like all anyone wanted to know about was like, what if we blow up the Kerch Bridge? What if we blow up the Antonovsky Bridge? Which, by the way, here's the funny thing, you know, they blew it all up. I thought you people would be happy. You're more mad about how it blew up now. You're just like, it was a truck, it was a boat, it was this, it was that. You know. Anyway, Craig, go ahead.
Possible breaking news on where those missiles were headed. This is like tweets that were just posted in the last few minutes. So again, take any new information with a large grain of salt, but they were reported to be another 15 large explosions in Zaporizhia. So it looks like, if that's true, it looks like the caliber volley that was fired from the Black Sea was headed for struck Zaporizhia a few minutes ago. I just saw some tweets about it just now. So again, like I said, fresh from the presses, fresh off the Twitter rumor and information mill. So could be wrong, but that's what people are starting to report, that it looks like a large strike on infrastructure and other targets in Zaporizhia was where those missiles were headed.
Thanks, Craig. So your audio is a little bad, so I'm just going to repeat what you said. No offense, but he said, if I understood correctly, there are 15 additional strikes in Zaporizhia. You didn't specify the type of weapon used, but just that they seem to be hitting Zaporizhia quite hard. I'm guessing, Craig, if correct me if I'm wrong, the previous 3 strikes in Zaporizhia that you mentioned were with the Shahed drones, the Iranian drones. It seems likely that because it's 15, at least a lot of them were probably drones. But do you know or no?
Hey, sorry about that. Any better now?
Yeah, a little bit better, Craig.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had no idea. Like I said, this is like literally the last couple minutes. But it's possible that's where the because I was saying that about 30 to 45 minutes ago, air raid alerts went out across a huge chunk of Ukraine, and seemed like it was a volley of missiles launched from the Black Sea. So this might be those missiles were targeting Zaporizhia. So the idea that this might be a second. There was apparently about 2 hours ago there was like 3 explosions in Zaporizhia, and now people are starting to say there was 15. So it seems that there might be having another round of strikes on the city. But this is like information that's like just now coming out. So again, like I said, take it with a huge grain of salt. Brand new information, could be wrong, but that's just what people are starting to say now about what's going on.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. I know we have one listener, Kozak, who comes up occasionally. He's got like a purple lion as an avatar, like a purple background, like gold lion head. Kozak is his name. I know he's from Zaporizhia. I've talked to him a few times, just like late night. I don't know, like long shot, but if he's tuning in, we'd be happy to hear from him, or if you just want to DM me any information. Yeah, that's the only person I personally have interacted with, to my knowledge, on Zaporizhia front. And yeah, it's very unfortunate to hear that it's being struck so heavily. Presumably, like earlier in Kyiv, crowded intersections, schools, hospitals, playgrounds, right? This is probably what the majority of those rockets hit. So I don't know. It's always unfortunate to hear, but it's not going to change the military facts on the ground, which are that the Russian army is slowly but surely bleeding out. In Ukraine, they're not able to sustain a coherent defense of the territory they control. And the Ukrainian army is every day getting stronger and systematically picking apart the Russian logistics and command. And at a tactical level, they are smashing through them. It's just at this point, it's a matter of Ukraine making sure they have all their ducks in a row logistically, in terms of their plan, in terms of their equipment and reserves, everything ready to go, maintained, the lines, supply lines secure, and so forth. Once they have all that in place, they move forward. We've seen it many times at this point. What happens? Russia retreats or collapses or gets taken prisoner or runs away. I mean, that's what we've seen basically every time, right? So we basically have seen how this is going. It's just a matter of time, and these terror strikes won't change the fundamental military facts. But we do encourage everyone, please do write to your representatives in your government, whatever they may be, to get more air defense for Ukraine. Right? I think it makes sense for everyone. There's some people in my life even now that I talk to, and they're like, I don't want to give them like weapons. That's bad, right? And it's like, okay, well, what if we give them just a thing that stops missiles from hitting schools? Like, would that be so bad? Like, would that really be the end of the world? So I think it's something that a lot of people can get behind, just basic air defense for Ukraine. And it's something obviously that isn't neglected in more recent aid packages. Air defense has been a priority. There are, air defense solutions that were, put into place months and months ago, like the IRIS-Ts that are coming into fruition now, which is great news. But long-term, Ukraine still needs more air defense. As Yehuda put it today, right? A country like Israel, they have great air defense. We talk about how wonderful Israel's air defense is all the time, like just broadly speaking, right? But like you said, it's a small country, right? It's a much different picture. It's a much different way of thinking about air defense for them. Ukraine's a big country. It's a spread out population and a lot of rural people, right? And so they have to think about air defense differently. Obviously, like you said, you have to prioritize certain things, big cities, infrastructure, so forth. So the more air defense we can give them, the better. There's not really an answer. How much do they need ultimately? They need a lot. I mean, that's it. That's the bottom line. Russia's shooting missiles at them. Russia has a lot of missiles. Ukraine needs a robust air defense to stop these terror attacks on civilians. I mean, that's the bottom line here. It's really that simple. And we encourage everyone, if you can, appeal to any elected representative you think might make a difference and say, hey, look, Russia's targeting civilians. We want the Ukraine to have the ability to defend their civilians with these air defense capacities. So I'll end my rant there. We do have another speaker up. So Anda, unless you had anything you wanted to add, we can go to Hans. Go ahead.
Just 2 points that you missed. Indeed, you praised John, and he is brilliant. But we also are lucky. We have every morning here Colby, who helps us with his knowledge and his astute way of expressing complex systems to people like me who have never been in the army. So if I can understand, there are very good chances others will. Also, Craig, both Craigs, because we have two, we have Craig Applegate, who helped us tremendously in the past, who has co-hosted at the beginning of the war, and he's known as the other Craig, but uh, both of them are really great and they help us a lot. We have Konstantin here, who is experienced, who is a military, who is from Ukraine, so he can gives us insight on how they see from the ground, because we each are born in a country with different customs, with different issues, with different history. We can relate, we have empathy, but it's a different thing to see or to learn from someone who is actually from the ground, from Ukraine, born and raised. Each of our experiences are different. So thank you all. It really makes a difference having you here. Carol, and then Bionade.
Hello. It's almost 2 o'clock here in the morning. So, but I was like someone just said, I'm just scrolling through Twitter, and I saw a little more information about that rocket strike in Zaporizhia. It was from Flash, and it says 12 S-300 missiles hit public facilities, including 2 rockets hit a car dealership, and 1 person died. And then employees of, let's see, other rockets hit a school and a dispensary. So just a little more information. I know I really have to go to bed.
Thank you, Carol. Indeed, Flash posted a lot of pictures from yesterday's shelling and from today. Nikopol was also shelled today. They used grad, hurricane, and tornado. Maybe Colby can help us explain how they work, or what are the differences between them. But if it's really late there, and it is really late there, we can pin this question for tomorrow, and we can go back on it. So he will have 2 or 3 hours, hopefully, to sleep tonight. Björn,
That's an easy one. They're just all Russian rocket artillery systems. Nothing too complicated. Just trucks with rockets mounted on the back. Grad is kind of the most ubiquitous system of the Cold War. It's an older system, very, very common. Oregon and Tornado are newer systems, longer range. Tornado, I forget off the top of my head how many kilometers. Oregon and Smirch are both 90 kilometers though. Fairly large rockets, can carry different kind of munitions. Cluster bombs have been pretty common to see out of the Russians. A lot of cluster munitions have been launched by their MLRS. It's a favorite of theirs.
Thank you, Colby. Prince, you had your hand up, or was I mistaken?
I didn't have my hand up, but I have a random question. Dean, what are the dispensaries in Ukraine? Do you know what dispensaries are? because when I think of dispensaries, I think of one on every other corner here where marijuana is legal, selling pot. So yeah, that's what I think of when I think of dispensaries. It's like I got one down the road that'll deliver to me. So it's that's what I think of. It made me giggle.
Prince, I had technical problems for 1 second. What happened? So apparently there's a word dispensary is being used in Ukrainian press. Is that right, Constantine? Do you know anything about this?
No, somebody came up. Somebody came up and gave a list of the locations hidden in Zaporizhia, and one of them was a dispensary, and it just made me giggle because when I think of it's late at night, and when I think of dispensaries, I think of the kind on every other corner here.
Yeah, I think there might be like something called a grain dispensary, but I'm dumb. Constantine, any thoughts? Like, what would a dispensary be?
Could you? Well, I understand what usually dispensary is. That means where you isolate people who are like standard, for example, tuberculosis dispensary. That's where people sick with tuberculosis heal because they have to be isolated, obviously, for obvious reasons. And we have different dispensaries, but you have to know the type. So it's like, but in general, it's just basically a hospital for infectious disease.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It was a random word that was said that made me giggle and wonder what they were in that context. So it's really not a big deal. So it just made me giggle, maybe because I'm tired.
Yeah, well, I think it's an important piece of information, right? So if you see the word dispensary, I think Constantine's saying it probably has a medical context, so it means a hospital or something like that. So thanks for pointing that out, right? Go ahead, Anda.
It's a to my understanding, we had similar. We have a similar word which is from the Slavic influence, and it's a smaller smaller building with it's not a big hospital like
a clinic, baby.
Like a clinic. Yes, it's like a clinic. Exactly that. So it's a clinic. It can be specialized for, like Konstantin said, for tuberculosis or for other special needs. But it can also be for example, set up in smaller towns or villages in order to provide help for medical help for the people in that region. Before going to for stuff that it's not that does not require a big hospital to attend to, and they have designated medics and nurses, and for example, all the shots in the area can be done there. I'm referring to, for example, for children, you have to go to your doctor and get some compulsory antiviral shots for the kids, for them to be admitted to school or to kindergarten. And basically this is it. So it's a smaller clinic that
Yeah, you're totally right, and I will like just to add, in Ukraine, I don't know why, but we have dispensaries mostly for tuberculosis, psychic, and venereal and dermatologist disease dispensaries. That's are the most common ones. I don't know why, but that's what we have. And it's like, when someone speaks of dispensary, it's usually one of those three. But it has a wider spectrum, of course. But the biggest ones are tuberculosis ones. Those are like huge dispensaries because it was a big problem, and tuberculosis was a big problem in Soviet Union. So there were a lot of them built, and they specialize specifically on tuberculosis. And probably I would, when someone says dispensaries hit, my first thought would be the tuberculosis dispensary.
Yeah, that actually is I'm glad I came up with my random giggle thought, and because that clarifies what that is, and it just sort of makes you pissed off because it's, a healthcare kind of environment that gets blown up, like the hospitals and the schools and the other kinds of things. It's a healthcare service. So I'm glad actually that we clarified what that is, because that brings meaning to it that could be just random, that it it could be all kinds of things for us in the West who don't know what those kinds of things are in different countries. And so I appreciate that conversation we just had that was totally random. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince, for bringing it up. I'm sure many other people had this question, but were afraid to come up and ask. So it's a good thing that you asked this. We have Bionade, Peter, and Shaggy in this order. So Bionade, please go ahead.
Yeah, just read something about yesterday's attacks from the Ukrainians against the south of the country. Apparently, they had 205 fire missions, artillery fire missions. They were attacked by two K-52 helicopters, but there were no losses on the Ukrainian side. But the enemy losses included 174 invaders, 2 Master B howitzers, 12 units of armored vehicles, 2 tanks, 2 mortars, and 2 ammunition depots. So Ukrainians still attacked yesterday in the south. Really good and successful, despite all the rocket attacks incoming. And I think this shows Ukraine is able to contain or to still be able to fight, besides the facts what's happening now. And I think we will see some more in the next days, because I'm really sure the Ukrainians are really pissed and angry now. And highly motivated.
Yeah, highly just. Peter.
Hey, good morning and good evening, everyone. And good morning to some of you in North America. Good morning to all of you in Europe. Or afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. In Australia, good afternoon to you for sure. A quick question regarding dispensaries in Ukraine. So I always thought the word was aptika, and it was like a pharmacy versus a treatment facility. So like, if you
Aptieka
were
is a
going
pharmacy, but I don't know. I don't think that's related to a dispensary specifically. Is that Constantine?
This word comes from the French. I think Ben can tell something about it.
Yes, aptieka is just a pharmacy where you buy drugs, and dispensary is all different stuff.
Okay. So it clarifies my knowledge, because I always thought a dispensary would be like, it would be a part of, like, an action kind of thing, like treatment or, something
Yeah,
else.
dispensary is where the treatment happens. Aptieka is the pharmacy where drugs are sold.
Right on, man. I didn't know. That's so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Constantine, I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing so much that you do for Ukraine on a daily basis. I appreciate you for making sure that your old unit gets winter uniforms. And now we have seen everyone else in line trying to get winter uniforms. It's like one of those things, like you were the first domino in that. Your concern, your care to what is going to affect that person who is fighting on a daily basis for democracy, for sovereignty, and against genocide. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you. And I
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank you for saying
everyone. I appreciate everyone who is in this space right now, because that is what brings us here. That is the fundamental thing that brings us here. Democracy, sovereignty, and against genocide. 3 words that should be reiterated every single day across the world. What's going on in Ukraine? Well, Ukraine is fighting for democracy, it's fighting for sovereignty, and it's fighting against genocide. Did you see what happened on 10/10? That is what you have to say. That is what you have to say. If there's anyone who is a whataboutist, there are no other arguments against what Ukraine is doing right now, what they're fighting for every single day. This is what they do. This is what they have to do because of an evil empire, quite literally an evil empire that wants to what? Make them less than what they are. It's disgusting to watch every day. It's revolting. But thank you for being here. And the one thing you have to do is spread the word. Ukraine fights for democracy on behalf of democracy. It fights for its own sovereignty, and it fights against its genocide. There are no arguments against this. And if they continue to do so, you have to realize that they're some kind of cultist. And it doesn't matter what part of the political spectrum they're on. The horseshoe has been seen by us all. But you have to reach out every day in every way. If anyone ever asks you that question, I know you're ready to go, spring loaded, but that is what Ukraine does every single day. And there are so many people asking for so many resources. There's no easy way to go about that. One of the greatest resources since I've been listening to this space in the first week in March is MriyaAid. Fundamental in just getting as many tourniquets to Ukraine. And they have resources within the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Ministry of Defense. And that is a fantastic resource. The thing is, Ukraine needs so much more. That Ukraine is suffering hugely, greatly right now. So reach out and touch someone. It can be a senator, it could be a representative, it could be your MP. It depends on what kind of representative democracy you live in. If you live in a democracy, you must reach out to your representative and make sure that they know that you want more for Ukraine, because they fight the good fight. They fight for us all. They are the burning light. That is why we're here. That is why we look towards them. That's why we support them. That's why we're here. They fight on behalf of us all. Democracy, sovereignty, and against genocide. I'm so sorry for my diatribe. Thank you, Constantine. Thank you, Anda. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Huda. Thank you for everyone who participates. I see you every single day. I go down this list of people every single day, and I want to thank you. Thank you so much. Because every single little thing you do every day, like a butterfly's wings, can make a difference, a huge difference for a unit, for a people, for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for everything you have said. I think you inspired a lot of people. So thank you for coming up and contributing to this space. Ben, my second favorite Frenchman, please.
Wait, who's number one?
The first one is dead. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll take it. No, I wanted to know if you had news at the miners.
Sorry.
You haven't heard about the miners? I mean, I get to retell the story.
Yeah, so the miners, Ben, I believe I know what you're talking about. So earlier today, you were broadcasting with some other people, and we found some news that there were some miners that were trapped in, and I don't want to mess up the geography, but a certain town. About 700 of them had been rescued, but about 100 of them were trapped under in the mine, basically after an attack. And the process to rescue them was like in progress. When you, I think you because look, Ben usually is on air like super late at night, like 11 p.m. his time, till 1 a.m. or so, and then he goes to sleep. He gets up. He has a day job. So he was. I think you kind of basically fell asleep in the middle of that, and I was wondering what happened. Is that about right, Ben?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, great question, Anda. I don't know. It sounds like you maybe weren't there for that. Do you know anything about it?
No, I'm afraid I don't, but I will look it up, and I promise to come back to the space with that information, and also send it to Ben if he's not in the space when I get it.
That's a real commitment there, Anda, or like that's very polite of you. But yeah, we'll look into it, Ben. I do remember that, and I was sort of indisposed at the time, but I was sort of paying attention. I remember the story about the miners you mentioned. So we'll do our best. Ben, any economy news that is interested you when you woke up? And I assume you were scrolling through Twitter on the train. Anything you see that perked your interest?
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a few. Some of them are a few days old. Some of them are really recent. First of all, we love to see it. The value of Gazprom, the disgusting energy arm of the genocidal government of Russia, has lost 16% of its value yesterday in one day of trading. 16%. It brought with it the rest of the market. Whomever is having money invested in Russia at the moment has lost a lot of money, which is always a good thing. Overall, the value of the Russian stock exchange has fallen by something like 64% over the past 6 months. Which is a good takeaway for everyone. Don't engage your neighbor.
don't be a genocidal maniac. It's really not good for business. In other news, The Economist of all publications has come up with somewhat wonkish, I must say. I don't fully grasp all the details. It has to do with retail numbers, it has to do with industrial index. But the main story is whatever the measure you care to go by, Russia is done. Sometimes it's done by a little, sometimes it's done by a lot, but what we can know from the Russian economy is that it's somewhere between a really nasty cough and a terminal. So we don't know exactly, but the latest batch of number, the one for September, the one that I've been waiting for a few days now, is in, and it's really bad. I'm following a few pro-Russian economists. Don't ask me why. I like to hurt myself. And the level of coping is monumental. And the fun thing is that they're bad at math, so they really get tangled up in their numbers, and they keep saying nonsense. It's a high level of comedy. I recommend everyone. So on other news, we're gonna have at some point this week really in-depth look into the new sanction package. But for the moment, the EU has opened a new sanction package, a new kind of book, if you want. In particular, one I want to share with the listeners because it's very, very interesting. It's secondary sanctions. So basically what it says is that even if you are not a Russian company, we are going to sanction you if you trade with them. And for the moment, the companies that are going under sanction are none. So the list is empty, but the list exists. And so the next time there are sanctions, maybe tomorrow, New Zealand came up with a new sanction package yesterday, just as a reply to the attacks. Next time there's a EU sanction package, they're going to start populating that list, and it's going to hurt like hell for whomever is on that list. There's quite a few that we can propose them. There are quite a lot of unscrupulous businessmen who are still working with the genocidal maniacs. But yeah, the threat is there. The threat is clear. If you are working for one of those businesses, or if you know one of those businesses, go to them, tell them that the European Union is out for blood. They're nice, they're bold, they're wearing suits that don't fit, but the second they have you in an arm lock, you're done for. So yeah, this could be the most frightening element in the arsenal of democracy. Going to think of it, the EU bureaucracy. The second the EU bureaucracy gets perked up and starts attacking its prey, it's over. Even the US Treasury, I think, has to be humbled. And as usual, big shout out to the US Treasury. We love you guys. You're doing a fantastic job. But yeah, the EU bureaucracy is going to be able to do a whole lot of harm to the Russian economy, which is already doing pretty bad on its own. So great news, excellent news, fantastic news, and yeah, very very happy on this level. It's going to be a long, cold winter in Ekaterinburg.
Thank you,
That's
Ben.
great.
Go ahead, Anna.
Sorry, and that's great news. I've been looking for that coal mine you said. If I'm not mistaken, the name is Zasyadko. It's somewhere between Donetsk and Luhansk, and indeed, I found a piece of news which states that there were 21 people trapped and the news is from 27th of September. I cannot find anything
No,
on that.
I think this is
Sorry.
more recent. I think this was like live, Ben. Was that right? Like this was earlier today or yesterday, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is not between Luhansk and Donetsk, but it's next to Kryvyi. So, well, yeah, Ukraine is a mining country. There's probably a lot of mining accidents, especially at the moment. But in this case, it happened yesterday. I think the location was targeted by a missile, which kept a number of miners at the bottom. So I've been looking also for information, and I think the last press release was the one we talked about yesterday. There hasn't been any new one since. But yeah, hopefully they're going to be back up, and even the guys who were in the Donbass mine, we wish them the best. Miners are a bit like sailors. At the end of the day, you don't leave a man at the bottom, regardless of politics.
Indeed. We have some hands up. Carrie Yost, Will, and Prince.
Hi, thanks for hosting the space. I actually had a question for Constantine, and he seems to have dropped down. But there was, I guess, a story about Ukrainians allegedly shelling Donetsk, and I just was wondering if there's more information on this. Like, was there any shelling to begin with? Was it by the Russians, or did it just not happen at all? And if anybody knows anything about that, I'd appreciate it.
So the specific incident you're referencing, I don't have any specific information on. I do know, there have been repeated. This is a song that I've heard before, where they've talked about shelling of Donetsk. In my experience, it's been a few things. It's been basically, Russian false flag attacks. For whatever reason, they've shelled their own citizens and said it's Ukraine doing it, and there have been, basically there's been evidence that's come out that it's obvious that Russia's doing it. You look at, for example, the Zaporizhzhia power plant where the Russians are currently occupying, and we saw that ridiculous explanation from that guy where he was like, see, the shells flip around 180 degrees, and it was like, it made no sense, right? I mean, it's the same idea there, right? So there does seem to be like deliberate false flag attacks. The other thing that does happen is Ukraine targets deliberately military targets, right? They might target a military railhead. They might target a ammo depot. They might target this or that. Sometimes Russian air defense goes up in the air. On very, very rare occasions, because even a broken clock is right twice a day, they might intercept something. But more likely than not, the missile itself might just fail and go up over a residential area, and then what goes up must come down, right? And when it's Russian, it comes down a little early, and that residential area goes boom, right? So it could be a few different things, right? I wish I had more information for you about the specific incident, but quite frankly, I mean, it's just something that's been happening lately, or not even lately, since the invasion. Russia, anytime something explodes in Donetsk, Russia immediately claims that Ukraine shelled it. In most instances that I've found, it's usually like Russian false flag or incompetence or failed air defense or blah blah blah. That's like my hot take. Anda, any thoughts?
No, you're true. So we have seen during this war a lot of false flag attacks. Unfortunately, up until now, I haven't seen Ukrainians hitting civilian population. They when they need, they hit a strategic targets, that will help them further on when they um, advance in an area. Their benefit is the fact that they have more precise weapons who can hit in a radius of 3 to 5, 10 meters, not 200 meters, which means they don't hit the they don't hit the tallest building, which is 100 meter to the left or to the right. They hit an ammo dump or ammunition depot, which further on, um, um, it's what Yehuda calls attrition, right? Further on, they are left without ammunition, they are left without supplies, and this makes the life of the soldiers who advance easier. Everybody's talking about the conditions in which the soldiers, the Russian soldiers live in, and we laugh about it. But actually, that's in Ukraine's benefit on the long term, because when you cannot eat and cannot sleep, which are the basic human body necessities, this impairs your ability um, to to make decisions, to endure, to defend, basically. And now they are on defense. They have had this shamaranda in declaring a false annexation. They don't have borders. They don't know what they have annexed. So it's just like I'm coming into your backyard and I say, well, this backyard is mine, and you say, which one? How many meters? This one. Which one? So they they it's all talk, okay? At political level, it's all talk. It's just to have a piece of paper which says this is mine, on one basis, because I want it, because 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 2000 years ago, I was there. First of all, that's false, they weren't there. And second of all, if we go back to 2000 years old, the Roman Empire, in this case Italy, should have every other territory around the Mediterranean Sea, right? Because it was theirs, right? So this is absurd. It's an absurd rhetoric. It's an absurd way of fighting. And yeah, in the end, all these stupid decisions they are taking regarding their own troops, regarding what they choose to defend or not, it's in Ukraine's benefit on the long term. And I was looking earlier at a tweet posted by General Ben Hodges, who is a regular speaker now in our space, who is talking about the logistics of the current of Ukraine and of Russia, and basically, in his opinion, um, Ukraine has right now an irreversible momentum, he says, which means there is pretty much nothing that Russia can do to stop Ukraine. And if all things go well, by the next summer, his estimate is that Crimea will be free, which would be great. So I hope this answers your question. It was a broader, more historic answer.
So Rhonda, real quick, I'm now in charge of the schedule, and it's my curse. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Just so everyone knows. But I do know that means Rhonda, your time's up. Did you want to stick around, or are you done?
Actually, I will have to prepare and leave to get to work. I thank you all for this morning and for being here with us, for supporting Ukraine, for tweeting and retweeting and coming here to speak, to give voice of your opinions, and to ask questions, because this helps, and helps spread the word, and also helps by clarifying things that we may miss, or I don't know, we didn't thought about the dispensaries, for example, but Prince asked, and it's a legitimate question. And don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask. We try to answer every question as truthful and honest as we can. So thank you for everything. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Ben, for coming up. And have a great day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. And yeah, as always, it's been great co-hosting with you. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell Anda I sent her messages about the mine rescue, and I will I'll wait for my turn to share it, but I sent it all to you in DMs.
Yeah, thanks, Prince. Yeah, we'll let you do that update. Go ahead, Anda.
Thank you. I will look in